Good morning. I'm going to call to order the Pierce County Council in retreat. All members are present with the exception of Councilmember Kruger. We are expecting her shortly. I want to start with acknowledgements and thank yous to staff for getting us organized and set up. There was a lot of work behind the scenes to make this happen and make sure that we could have a productive day together. And so just thank you, Hugh and all of the support staff, including those that ran and made sure that we have sustenance and caffeine to make it through the day. And that we have all the paperwork and supplies to be able to be productive and effective. So, thank you. This morning, we do have an agenda to kind of take us through the day, but I want to make sure housekeeping. So please get up if you need a human moment. That's for council members and then staff again. I want to make sure. And if you aren't aware, bathrooms are downstairs. And then you go down a kind of a funky little hallway to head to the bathrooms. And you can stop by the window if you're not sure where you're going. And the other part is the microphones are at our own control. And you'll notice there's not one in front of each of us, so we are sharing. So just try and work together to figure out how we're going to manage those. But you push the button, hold it, it turns red, and then you are live. It also means if you forget to turn it off, you are live. And so if you are having conversations, it'll get picked up by, I'm sure, the masses of people that are listening in on Zoom. And also recorded forever. So there's that. So we're going to start just with an overview of what's in our binder. The way it was organized by the team really is using the tabs to kind of go through the chunks of the day. And so in tab 1 will be that first chunk where we'll talk about some just logistics work within the council to try and work on operations, just kind of the nuts and bolts of things this year. Tab 2 will be our priorities. Tab 3 is our budget process, and then tab 4 is committee. And then these are yours. You can write on them, keep notes, do whatever you want with them throughout the day. That's why your name is on the front so that you keep track of the information, because there's just a lot of thinking that we're doing. The teacher in me wants to ask if there's any questions. So just wave at me or mute yourself if you do need to stop or pause or have a question. So, or comments. So we'll dive into proclamations. Brian was supposed to be here. He is out with a bug, and like everybody, nobody wants to get sick. It's a busy time, so I'm gonna run through proclamations. We adopted as a council kind of a general rule of thumb. I don't think we adopted it through any type of legislation. It was more just like, do we agree? This is how we're gonna do proclamations. And we said, yes, this is how we're doing proclamations. We wanted to talk through the actual proclamation process to make sure that we're good. And one of the things is just how proclamations come to be. So we have a list. Brian has distributed that. All council members should have gotten a copy, saw it last year. And you're able to go through and like upfront say you want to sponsor something. If there is a council member request, you can also just reach out directly to Brian. If there's something specific, maybe it's something that's district specific. It can be something that comes to you through the community, or maybe one of your jurisdictions has something that's important that's going on, an anniversary or a celebration that you want to acknowledge. And then there's also a portal on our website where community members can submit a proclamation. And so all of those things are available. We don't get a lot of community ones through the portal that I'm aware of. But every now and then we get one. And so Brian then usually pushes it out to us to see if anybody is interested in sponsoring. The other part is then how to manage who's the lead sponsor on a proclamation, because when we pre-sign up, we sometimes have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 council members saying, yes, I want to sponsor. And so the question this morning that I wanted to kind of think through and talk through and help staff come to some sort of resolution is, how do we manage when there's multiple council members that are all really excited about a proclamation and all want to invite people? So I'm going to open that up as the question. Is there something that in the past we've had prime sponsors because it was a piece of legislation? It was whoever actually said, I want to sponsor. We don't do it as a legislative process anymore. So how are we, thoughts on how we can manage that? So I'm looking to any and all of you.
I'll just say, yes, manage it, but it's always good to have a packed house. I'm getting is that everybody has stakeholders in the proclamation. Where it's always good to see them. But I guess you're talking about more managing, like we're not double calling somebody or just the paperwork of having proclamation gets it type thing. That's what we're talking about here.
I think, so yes, it's having the right number of proclamations. It's also managing time. So if 6 council members are all sponsoring and we each want someone to speak per council meeting, then it becomes very much proclamation show. And I value and appreciate our proclamations, but also trying to make sure we're only doing up to 2 at a council meeting unless there's extenuating circumstances. So, and Brian and staff have done a nice job of kind of spreading them out in accordance to the calendar. But I appreciate the packed room, but who's speaking, I think is the question. Who's participating in the, I'm gonna come to the mic, so we don't have 6 people who want to each speak 3 minutes times 2 proclamations, and now our proclamations take the first hour of the meeting. Which, if we wanted to do that as a council body, we could choose to do that. I don't think that's a good use of our time. So, thoughts from colleagues? I'm gonna let you just talk, and then you can interrupt each other. Hey, Robin.
I would just, you know, in looking at it, I agree, since I've been on the council, proclamations have just exploded. And is there another option that council members have to doing a proclamation? Now, I've done a couple of presentations to groups without having to go through the proclamation aspect of it. And I know council member Benson wins the proclamation. But no, I just kind of curious if there's any other viable options. If the proclamation.
I mean, I do something to say, but I think we're dead.
Again, I've been here 70 days or less, so contextually, I think I want to put that because where I'm seeing the most tension point is the time several folks come in, and I'm wondering if maybe we can be limited to how many people we invite and be very clear with our guests around time speaking expectations. And I appreciate Brian and the way that they've been able to kind of scale how many we can have per week. I think that's very critical to us managing our time. And I'm wondering if maybe when we are sponsoring proclamations, if we as council members also, though we might be supportive of something, can self-select out, understanding that there might be priorities from other members. Meaning that maybe we're not inviting, I guess, but someone who has a closer tighter relationship to a particular theme is they're making that invitation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. When I was going through the packet and I was going page after page just for proclamations, I was kind of like, this is just getting too detailed on it. And I agree that we're getting so many proclamations. Is there a way we can narrow it down to where it has actual meaning to constituents versus, oh, this is an international thing, this is a feel-good thing, or, you know, trying to narrow it to something that has more meaning to the member in the district or the county as a whole. That kind of thing. I don't know if that can help make it more or less onerous. I don't have a problem with the system now. I hate to see it being automated. And a ton on whatever that word is. So, thank you.
So I just have a thought or two, like, for the, years, but first, I think that in regards to, Dave's comment, I like that. I like having an option of, hey, there are some things that are worth recognizing and giving proclamations, like issuing it, and then if those organizations want to get a copy, if they can, it doesn't need to be during the meeting. I think that during the meeting, we're trying to, you know, really elevate certain things and highlight them. That's really important that we have the options. I think that having this other method that's like, oh, you know, volunteer appreciation is important or something, but then we have these two other huge ones that month, then this option could be, hey, you know, this issue is worth recognizing, but it doesn't need to be during the meeting. And then, you know, issuing that out, saying, hey, the council did, you know, these two items at the meeting, and then these additional ones, then we could just give those out. And then if we have more groups, I know that the limit is 2 per, and that's good, and maybe this is arbitrary, but then there's like a number, like if there's only one being recognized that month, then you can have 3 speakers. If you're doing 2, then you won't have, you know, 1, you know, a set amount, so that there's at least an expectation that every time that it's being consistent. So that's my thoughts.
Thank you for that. So 2 things that come to mind is maybe we need to go back through our list because we have a lot of them that are just annual. We do them every year, and maybe those are some of the ones that we could look at and see, is this a special event? So I'll use the example of like, Down Syndrome Day, I didn't put on because we've done it for the last couple years, but then I added a different one. And I know some of us have done things like that, but there are some on there that we do them every year. And maybe we look and see if there is like a way to do it in a different way, whether it's going out or sending the proclamation or something instead of doing the whole ceremony. But we could just do a review of our list, because I think there's some annual ones that I don't know if we actually decided as a council that we are going to do this every year. It's just put on the list. And so maybe we can kind of scrub, I guess. And then I think to the point, Brian, about this idea of saying we're going to try and keep it to 4 to 5 speakers total, might allow us to manage if there is a really special one, it's the only one that's happening, it would allow us to invite more people. But trying to also manage time so there's a consistent proclamation timing as far as the things go.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I might also add is that sometimes people feel obligated to speak. And if they know up front that, you know, if you have something to say, great. If not, don't feel that you need to. That might also help in the process.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just. Mic on.
You got official thread?
All right, there we go. Just one other thing to note, outside of proclamations, there are like the certificates of like recognition to kind of go around some of that as well. So those are also a tool. One other thing to kind of muck up the process a little bit is outside of how many. You know, gotta sort through, what's not a value add. But once we're looking at the proclamations and how many people are coming, we're also looking at how many people are speaking. So we have right now, it's like the 3. So how do we determine that, you know, who's, if we have so many members that actually have those priorities. So who is that priority 3 for that part?
I kind of do a lot of proclamations too. And I don't do it consistently, but if it's another member, but sometimes, not all of them, I'll ask, like, can you bring in, kind of internally coordinate that, sometimes other members ask, maybe we can like, really force ourselves to ask the other member, who you got? Because sometimes, sometimes I don't have anybody, just that internal, and people can have last minute all the time too. And we balance ourselves. Yeah, so, and us, knowing to tell our people, hey, you got 3 minutes. We don't want to have a be the gong show. So,
So to help manage that, if we knew who the sponsors were, and by sponsors, those are the people that are listed as on, when they come to the council, the expectation would be that they are gonna touch base with Brian, and if there's 2 people, it's the 2 council members. If there's 5, then they'll touch base with Brian again to try and figure out who has somebody to invite, and it's all gonna go through the communications team so that somebody knows, because staff need to know, but sometimes our offices.
and I just always assumed that the sponsors were the ones getting the folks, but I think sometimes communications have to call other folks up too. And I didn't know that, so.
So that, thank you. So the suggestions that have been made to have staff provide additional support role through communications to help coordinate those speakers. I know that Brian attempts to do that, but perhaps we need to have a little bit more focused effort in that regard. If staff treats proclamations similar to how we would treat legislation, we would typically start with whichever council member was the first one to ask for the proclamation and consider that individual to be essentially the prime sponsor, and that would be the first priority to try to organize speakers, and then we would go in order after that for the co-sponsors. That's how staff would typically look at it. That makes it easier for us to manage that way. So practically what that could mean is if, a council member suggests a proclamation and 4 other members say, yeah, I want to jump on board, it's possible that the council member 4 or 5 may not have a speaker that they're inviting just for time management purposes. That's how I think would work best for staff. If members are, agreeable to that kind of approach.
Madam Chair, to piggyback off of what you said, one other thing is when we were going through like the legislative process and it was going through EDS, it was preventing like a lot of the email chains that are happening now with the current process. Because sometimes, there's a lot of emails that come in for one proclamation. It kind of get a little lost in sauce or duplicate.
Just to follow up. When it comes to wanting to sometimes I have found that it's better to go to them than for them to come to us. In other words, on my one proclamation, I have the food reduction, weight reduction. I'm more than willing to go to the skills center, to the food bank, to something like that, to be a representative of the council, to have a group there that you can read a proclamation to. And to me, that sometimes that's more meaningful than to say, oh, you have to come down to the Iron Tower to read a proclamation. So, I'd be totally willing to take my proclamation off the list and say, I will do whatever, but making sure that the whole council is aware of what's going on. I have no problem going out. Just a suggestion.
These are all really good thoughts. I will say, when I got the list from Brian of all the proclamations, I didn't really consider myself to be like requesting. I didn't request, I might have requested a couple of these, but I just signed up for all the ones I was supportive of, not necessarily that I need to have somebody there or that I need to read it, but just that I chose all the ones that I was supportive of. I have gone through with Nicole, at least for the next like 6 months, to to think about which ones I actually do have constituents that I'd like to invite in, and to Paul's point, it's a great opportunity to involve constituents in the process. I didn't choose all of them, but Vietnam, the Vietnam Proclamation, and a couple of them, I definitely had people that I wanted to invite. So I think that's something good to keep in mind. Just because I signed up does not mean that I have to have somebody there or that I have to read it necessarily. The other thing I will just throw out that hasn't been mentioned is there's the time that is spent when we have people speaking, and then there's the time that we spend responding to all the proclamations. So we might be thoughtful of the time that we all spend. It's one thing for the sponsor to read it, but then when we all comment, there's another 15, 20 minutes of the meeting. So, thanks.
I do,
Is your mic on?
so.
Okay.
Okay, I'll just bring it closer. I do want to echo, I thoroughly support and enjoy the suggestion that Councilmember Morel mentioned around us going to community. And if there is a way for us to let that be an option for whoever will be receiving the proclamation, maybe coordinating with communications for if we need a photo op or if something else needs to happen, great. But it's great for us to get out of that building. I think separately, we could add another column to this page that just says, I want to invite someone. And so then we know ahead of time how many people we may have, and if it's too many people, we can self-correct later, but we can know that ahead of time at the beginning of the year.
I have lots of suggestions, and so I think I've heard scrub, look for any that maybe annually. If there is one that's listed where you have a group that you feel like this makes a lot of sense for you to take it to them, have that conversation. Like I'm taking the National Public Health Week one to my in-district meeting instead of doing it at the council meeting because the whole theme is public health. It made a lot of sense. And there were a couple others that I was gonna see about taking actually to like Board of Health meetings and seeing if there was a way to kind of pull them off the council because it made more sense with the connection. There's probably some others on there as well where, would be interesting to see, but I appreciate the thoughts. Is there any questions staff have on what we've just gone through? Do we feel like we have a path?
I think we do have a path. I very much, my staff very much appreciates the conversation. I think there's some really good suggestions. Staff will kind of package it up and have it so that maybe to finalize at a study session in the future, but I've heard some really good ideas to help manage this, especially, I mean, for what it's worth, the idea of going out to the community for certain proclamations. I think that has a lot of value. So staff will figure out a way to best support the members in that regard. But we've taken good notes. I think we've got some good guidance.
And Robin's comments is heard and received. I often speak at proclamations. I just didn't even process that we're part of the problem there. So, okay. So sounds good. And then the way we've been working with the executive seems to have been working both on getting clearance from him. It's sent to his team. The same time it goes to us. And then comes back with no, I don't want to versus yes. Is there any issues with that change in how we did it? Because that was a change for this year. Executive kind of auto signed off. Okay, perfect. So I think we are to public records.
That is correct. So Mr. Cox is going to have a brief conversation with members about public records requests.
So, that is gonna just be, can we handle out
You gotta push and hold it down. It'll turn red.
there? So what I'm told, I'm sending out to you for purposes of discussion. You've seen these things. This is an example. Gonna use it to, just to elaborate some points, but I was requested to talk to you about and answer your questions about just your role in the public records process. I want to start by pointing out that increasingly, and this isn't any kind of a disparagement of your position, but increasingly for our purposes, your records are getting to be less and less, I don't want to say they're not the majority, but they're getting to be less and less of the records we're asked to look for. A lot of times it's your predecessors, and using this as an illustration of this point, because this is a request we got. We have this form we asked you guys to fill out because we're required to do it. But if you look at the dates for this, it was January 1st, 1995 to January 5th, 2024. When we produced the records, the vast majority occurred in 2008 that were responsive to this record. So, you know, you're asked to look for these things. We want you to look for these things. We want you to fill out the records. And you may in fact have some, I don't know, there's all kinds of stuff that we don't know that you guys come across. But I want you to get a sense of the fact that you may be filling out for search requests for records, the vast majority of which occurred years ago. And part of this we discussed briefly with the two new members, Ayala and the two new members that we were and Yame, that we were Yambe, we're increasingly dealing with what are really archive searches of old data. That old data exists in emails, really starting mostly around 2000. Well, it predates. It's about the mid-90s, I think, is when they really think that they've got the email records that they can search. So, and just by way of illustration, this particular request, though I don't think any member had any records relative to it, this particular request produced thousands of records in terms of emails, and it produced those thousands of emails. Happened to have occur because a staff person had an account that was part of a broad chain. So they were like a name. They weren't really a participant, but they were a name on a big mailing list that was going back and forth. That we sucked up all that data. Now we have to search all that data, and now we have to produce all it. That's just by way of introducing the topic of how much stuff we have that's been kept for years and years and years. But I've been told that we recently put into the budget, or at least it was requested, it was part of the budget, money to pay for a system to try and get rid of a lot of these records, because the vast majority of them, I would venture, and I think it's not really any dispute, they're not retention worthy. The state doesn't require us to keep them. So we're keeping this pile of records. Anyway, wanted to give you that as a form of perspective so you understand kind of the nature of what's going on behind the scenes. So when you get these documents like this, we need to have them filled out. We need you to do this. And the main reason we need you to do this is in case we get into litigation, you've got the records to show you did the search. Because the judges and the prosecutors want to see that. In this particular, well, in all of them, what you see is you've got at the top, you've got a subject name, Al Schmouder, and it had to do with communications regarding Spanaway Creek and migrating salmon, cutthroat trout. At the time, date period, I told you the search, the date of the request, and then you will fill out the name of the person searching, date of search completed, approximate time spent searching. And then I give you hit words here. And this is our attempt to give you as easy a way of trying to figure out if the document that you're looking at is one that's responsive. And in this particular instance, we said, we know that they were communications to or from Al Schmouder, and then we gave you certain search terms, Adolphson, salmonids, migrating, salmonids, I guess, migrating, kill salmon was a phrase they asked for, cutthroat trout, or habitat. And these would be in relationship to Spanaway Creek. And then down below, you're asked to fill out the various searched items that go down this list, like kind of work devices, cell phones, iPads, personal drive. You have which would be drive M, shared drive, folders you use. And these are county systems we're talking about right here. We'll be shipping to others soon. Windows Drive, Outlook calendar, desktop photos, downloads, music videos, etc. Microsoft Teams and Zoom, social media accounts. These are professional, they're specifying. And in this particular instance, and I'll touch on that in a second, OneDrive and OneNote software and countywide temporary drive systems, T-Drive to keep things there, thumb drives, CDs, external hard drives, and personal devices, usually cell phones, computers, and iPads. So any work-related items on those devices is subject to the PRA. So you fill these things out. If you have any questions about the technology that you're asked to search, I think you intuitively know which ones you use, so you therefore know which ones to search, but I'm just kind of pointing out this is what the list is expecting. And once you fill this out, we put it into a folder, and that folder gets saved. But basically, this folder gets saved for purposes, it's not provided to the requesting party, but saved for purposes of potential litigation. So if litigation comes down the line, we can say, hey, we did our search. Usually the stuff is being produced, and not always, but in a lot, I'd say the vast majority of instances, the material that gets produced is collected in a way from the email system that I just described. Because there's so much there, and it sucks up so much data. I mean, I can, you know, and then the big variable there is the scope of the search and the dates of the search. So I just want to give you kind of an overview of where you guys come interact with this system. It's not that we have to have you do this, and we don't ask you to do affidavits up front, although I understand some jurisdictions are starting to do that. But
So Jeff, can I just ask a quick clarifying question? So you just said members don't have to fill out the form? I didn't think that was the.
no, we need the form filled
Okay.
out. You don't have to do affidavits yet. Certainly the county hasn't established affidavits. You could go in the future, and just kind of giving you a heads up that I don't know if it's going to become the norm in the state or not, but there's jurisdictions that are starting to require affidavits.
Okay.
So that they've got this ahead of time of any litigation.
So one more question for you. So if you send a form to the member and you've asked them to fill it out and you don't receive something back, what's your protocol for circling back with the members?
Well, the protocol is that, I mean, the protocol is as time allows to try and, you know, should do it so we can get it in our files in the system. We will respond to the member. And if something comes in afterwards, we talk to the member, the requester. If something comes in afterwards, we'll provide them with it. And again, there's a very, it's for the purposes of meeting the deadlines for the requesting party. You'll certainly like these to go out in advance. Yes, it's happened before, but and it would be, you know, be nice to have them in advance, but we don't always have them.
Okay,
So we would have to go back and get them.
So that's one area I think the office probably needs to have more conversation about to make certain that there's a record that the member or staff
Yeah.
has searched their records and has either found records or not. So we'll need to have a conversation about that, I believe, with just to make certain that we have that system dialed in fully, so we're responsive.
Yeah, I mean, we have time limits for getting back to these people, and you know, we have the ability to go back and send them records after the fact, but we'd rather not do it. And I think partly, you know, and I don't want to assume that you searched and didn't find it, so only find out later. So yes, it's very preferable to do this, but we can't also, you know, sit at your office door and wait for you to do it. So it's, I mean, there is that basic kind of office. Anyway, so that's the form you're looking at. The purpose of all this, I guess, as you know, is to meet the requirements of the Public Records Act, and the Public Records Act is in Pierce County. One of the ways, if you don't know, one of the ways it functions is it's a federated system where responsibility for searching and refining the records and requests are assigned to a member of the council staff rather than countywide records. That rather than county rights public records officer, though we do have that person. It's Megan Sturgill, and she's the public records ombudsperson. And that public records officer does help with public records that apply to us, because one of the functions that's served by the public records ombudsperson is we get these, the idea of a federated system in theory, and I think it works mostly to our benefit, is to keep from having to search every single department for records where really only a certain department is needed. And then when requests are sent it to the wrong places, the public records officer should be moving it forward to the other departments. And that's the base of it, encouraging the person to contact those other departments. And that's how we do it. But there are times where the requester insists on everyone. And we have some of those requesters, and when they do that, the public records ombudsperson gets involved, and then they manage the public records office. So just so you know, that doesn't show up in our personal records. At that point in time, we're doing work for the department. So I think, or excuse me, not for the department, but for the county as a whole through this public records ombudsperson. So just to be aware, we get a non-insignificant number of those requests, and a lot of them are very difficult and complex. So it's something that you don't really see going on, but it's one of the things that goes on behind the scenes. It's kind of to emphasize that point. There's a lot going on you don't see. There's not only a whole lot of data that you guys never touch, people are asking for, and there's that context of people doing all kinds of stuff, including things that I think verge on, document production for law firms. I mean, it's really kind of got to that point. So, anyway, this process was established by the council in 2007 in the county code, and these basically help us navigate state law, the county codes, and case law. So the law on this isn't just county code, isn't just state law, it's also case law. So some of you probably encountered, I'm sure people has, that this stuff has, its parameters are not just the written word in a case or a written word in the county code. It's also more than that. And not that you need to know this, that's what we're here for. That's what the prosecutors are here for, but it's also how the courts are likely to interpret it. Anyway, with regards to social media and strategies for dealing with social media, I'll try and be a little bit brief. We have, luckily, with our public records system, a means of capturing social media. It is, and our social media, Brian's not here, he helps manage it. He's the person who usually interact with regards to social media, but it should be designed to try and minimize a number of things happening that are no-nos. And probably one of the big ones is to not get into segregating out people who want to comment if you allow comments on their social. So one of the things that I don't know if this happens, but we haven't had much come my attention on this, but there's a number of things that protocols, best practices that communication staff operates on with the social media. Those social media get captured, and if we have to produce them, and we have had to produce them, we do produce them. Anyway, that's the kind of short answer on the social media. On your personal stuff, I should say one of the things is trying to avoid having serial meetings. That's just a really an upfront thing there. Don't be probably best to avoid ever talking to other council members using social media platform. I'd really discourage it. I haven't thought through all the ramifications, but I would really discourage that. It's generally not advised. Anyway, I can see you looking at his watch, so I'm going to wrap this up. But thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And Jeff, I'm just curious on getting clarification. So this one example that you have that goes back to 1995. Now, I've been at the office for 12 years, never had any of these notes come through the phone, the emails, whatever. And there are all of these data devices.
Right.
Now, I was of the impression that the search was done at the county level, going through all of the electronic records.
It is. Yeah. I mean, the stuff you need to look for though this is the stuff that isn't. So
Correct,
yeah.
but I guess the point, because it asks the approximate time spent searching
right.
when, I know everything that's in there. And so I may take 2 minutes. Are they going to look and say, how did you possibly,
Yeah, they might if we go this far. And, we have to talk about that. I mean,
Yeah.
they want to. I think it's advisable to, even if you're sure there's nothing in there, to go through the process of looking for at least where you expect them to be and check that off, because I just don't think that's going to get a favorable reaction from a judge. And that's really what we're looking at.
so are you saying that the question for how much time spent searching is part of the protocol that is mandated ask and.
Well, that's part of our own internal process. I don't think that the courts are gonna ask for us. We just do that in our own.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry. Want to say thank you, Jeff. There's something that, during our onboarding that was mentioned, that I think would be helpful for those of us that do use social media. If we make comments on each other's posts, that can warrant, an email thread of sorts. And so, I know there's still questions in terms of reactions and whether or not that can warrant. I know there's some cases in the state around that, but just wanted to flag that. So, a potential thing to report on.
That's why I try not to follow any of you on social media. So, questions, my question on emails, because when we send attachments, are the attachments automatically searched or just the text of the email?
They're both thank you for bringing that up because they're both automatically searched and, yes, they're both automatically searched and we, one of the more laborious parts of this process is that since we've got 7 members, we oftentimes have 7 of the same thing. And then the recipients don't really want 7 of the same things or 14 of the same things, but they get them anyway. But yeah, they're all being searched by the electronic search system. It's a highly dynamic system.
Okay, and then I think the second thing, and this kind of goes back to, I think what Hugh was talking about, is understanding how long. I know there's a ticking clock, so I always like start right away, but maybe on this form, if there was a way to modify the form that specifically said when this is due by, so that there's a little bit, or in emails that we get, but just somehow so we know.
Yeah.
'Cause I know the state has a timeline, but you also have a timeline, or whoever the public records person is, has a timeline for actually producing them, which means you need to read them or organize them, so.
The timeline is, I mean, the general word is it has to be, the way we would be challenged in court is if either the timeline we gave the requester was unreasonable for some reason, or, we didn't meet it, or we didn't, continue and let them, we didn't respond to it in a reasonable fashion. With regards to this, the form asked for 3 days. I think that's an ambitious request. And like, to be honest with you, most of you guys are pretty good about getting these things back to us, so I don't have any numbers for those who haven't. But at the end of the day, if we didn't get them ahead of time and you find records afterwards, we'll need to make a point of getting back to the requester and getting them to them. And, which, it's fine. We can say we found additional records. Here they are. Close the records. We found additional ones. Thank you very much. Reopening for purposes of providing them. But I think the real problem, a lot of this is being designed for a courtroom. And I just think that's kind of how you need to think about it. And these requests, you've got to be designed for a courtroom.
Thank you. Any other questions or feedback?
One quick question. In terms of undue, can you share a little bit more on undue burden and then our obligation when a requester isn't clear or specific enough in their initial request, what we're obligated to do versus what's common practice?
Yeah, well, that's going to be all case law driven mostly. And in terms of undue burden, it's not a word that actually gets thrown around that much in the cases because the courts are expecting us to be able to make reasonable searches and produce records from reasonable searches. And in some instances, if we know the records are there, there's been certainly cases where they expect us to go to extensive lengths to get them. And so I think probably the instance that comes to mind, I don't have the name of the case at the top of my mind, but there's cases where people local governments use contractors, and then the requester wanted records from the contractors, and contractors weren't copying them up, and that becomes the county. I think counties really need to twist arms to get them to do it. Hopefully we haven't had it. I don't know. And we try to now write our things like our interlocal agreements and things like that, so they have that in it. There's probably those clauses in the professional contract forms. I'm sure I've seen them. couldn't tell you which ones happened. But yeah, there's those kind of obligations, and it came up in a case in Salish County, I think, where they had a contractor and the contractor just didn't provide the records, but the constituent or the requester believed that they had them. And I think they were right, they did have them. But the court, I forget the ultimate result. Yes, talk about it.
Thanks. Just one thing I wanted to throw out for primarily for the new members, to Jeff's point, Public Record Act has kind of created this chilling effect on the creation of records, right? So people are careful about what they put into an email and that sort of thing, and that's intentional based upon what's been learned through these years of having these records collected by folks that are putting together lawsuits. One of the things that I've noticed recently is that we get public records requests searching for information prior to lawsuits being filed. Because once the lawsuit's filed, there's ways to redact certain information on attorney-client privilege correspondence. So what I'd like to say for the new members is be cautious about creating records. Be cautious when it comes to constituent work that might involve code enforcement cases, because sometimes those code enforcement cases can lead to public records requests, as well as any sort of land use, development regulation, legislation that potentially could be appealed. Because again, we're seeing records requests come in prior to the litigation being filed with the hearings board, for example. And so the appellants are gathering information to help their case. And then subsequently we end up with this an appeal, but we can't redact what's been discussed. And that can put the county at a disadvantage. Just wanted to throw that out.
Julie.
One quick note, or just one quick note to add as well is that your Microsoft Teams messages are all subject to public records requests. Those you have to search manually yourself right now and take screenshots and print those out. We are rolling functionality out where it will become part of the records search that IT investigations will perform. So that's coming, I believe, later this year. But just a reminder to make sure that your communications within Microsoft Teams are appropriate transient conversations. Anything that is a substantial business should be in a forum that is official for a public records request.
Good catch. I knew that and then didn't really think about, I have some organizations that use Teams chat and that chat just keeps going even when I'm not on the meeting. And I don't know how to make that stop.
I'm not certain if that stops, but that also, another point is that while you can delete an individual message, it's never deleted. So it will come up in an IT search. That functionality is there. If you accidentally send something, you can go in and delete an individual message. You cannot delete any Teams threads. So if you have a chat with a particular person or group, those cannot be deleted. And they are right now retained in perpetuity. So we do not delete anything at the moment, but once we roll out our auto classification system, we'll be putting time bounds on that.
Will be good, because I think you'll run out of room. Or we'll need our own data farm. So public records, again, we'll continue to kind of work on this, and if rules change, we'll make sure that we are following them, because it can get very expensive for the county, over a piece of paper or two. Important that we follow the rules. So, Susan is not here to do OPMA, so we're just gonna kind of slide that into another, she, had the opportunity to get, have her eye surgery done. But he just tried to schedule appointments these days. If the opportunity comes, you take them. So next is boards and commissions, and just really with boards and commissions, Mr. Taylor and I were just talking through, just kind of how to work with staff that are supporting boards and commissions, how to work with staff that are maybe going to the boards and commissions. They are the member, and your questions, and then just also our role as far as attending them. In years past, kind of goes to the theme of the comments I made during our study session around attendance. Not only council meetings, but also boards and commissions, making sure that you are working to let somebody know if you are not going to be there so that your alternate can arrange, and always better if it's you might not make it, giving them a heads up sooner rather than later. I know for me, if I'm an alternate, I have it on my calendar as a tentative, just so that I try not to look in case, especially if it's one of those where we have votes going on. It's really important that if you are the voting member of a body for Pierce County, that our council and our voice is there. And so just really thinking about what each of these boards and commissions are and what your role is as the member. If you're there to absorb information and share thoughts, but if you have an active voting role, I always want to make sure that our council's voice is on that board and voting if there is action taken. So, Mr. Taylor, do you want to talk about the staff portion of that?
I'd be happy to do so. During the onboarding for new council members, a very good suggestion was made by Councilmember Howella, and that was to have a reference document for members to use to identify staff that might be as a source of support for external boards and commissions. So we've put that together in your packet. I don't believe it has every single board and commission that's in that board and commission resolution, because there's a handful of items that I identified that council staff doesn't really have a role, like the Performing Arts Center, for instance, is on there. So there's not a staff contact identified there. Oftentimes, as the members know that serve on these boards and commissions, the boards and commissions have their own staff support mechanism in place. So for instance, PSRC, right, has a whole cadre of professional staff that support the various boards there. Those staff can often provide you with assistance. The intention of this list, though, is to have a resource in the office that's closer to you if you need it. And so if you're on one of these boards and commissions that are listed and you find yourself needing to research an item, or perhaps there is something being considered by the board and commission that you want to suggest be amended. So PSRC has a very normal process for how amendments might be offered. Staff that are listed here can help you. So don't hesitate to reach out to staff on these. And I know the policy team and budget team are ready to provide assistance as needed on these boards and commissions. We just need to know what your specific need is, and we'll do our best to be responsive.
Questions?
Related, but it's not directly. So this list, new members, I think that we got those, actually, it's all of our council members got those little binders that you put together that were really helpful, and that, documents like this are included, I think. And I was thinking, because I have new staff, and I was wondering if we could make copies of those available for all the council member assistants, so that they have these quick references to, that they can flip through their own, rather than, have to come into our office and, search through these. But it's nice because these are all in one place, and it would be helpful to, I think, both our team to be able to have their own little copies and look at these quickly and access them. So,
Any other questions?
Yes. Would we happen to have that binder electronically somewhere?
We do. Yep. Yes, we have one. We do have it electronically. There's a couple of updates that are pending on it. So for instance, one of the things in the binders is the organizational chart for the executive and executive departments. We're about to update that because the executive has made that information available. So there's some updates that need to occur, but we do have it electronically. Perhaps one thing staff could do is put it on our intranet site for the council as a resource that you can pull.
Thank you so much. That would be really helpful, just as changes happen throughout the year. We have a reference for the most up to date.
That was my question, because this binder and these things are great, but things change, staff change, we change, so it'd be easy to update an online document and save a little paper. So any other questions on this one? Okay, so the last last item, I think today is just to talk through our upcoming calendar. I'll turn this over to Hugh. Where we stand as of right now.
So we've made up some ground on the agenda, so that's good. So the council members have seen this planning calendar before. It was talked about at a study session earlier in the year. There have been some revisions to it since that last discussion. The items that I guess I wish to really flag on this calendar just for awareness are first, the in-district meetings. So you'll see at this point, 5 of the 7 districts have identified their in-district meeting dates. 2 of those are still tentative, but we do have them on the calendar, so we're still waiting for 2 in-district meetings to be determined. You can see council retreats that show up on green on this calendar. So obviously today's retreat on March 13th is there. We are planning for a really focused budget retreat in June, so June 5th, and then you can see our October budget retreats. We're going to talk about budget process at the end of the meeting today, just to get confirmation from the members about the process that we used for last biennial's budget. Last biennial's budget was effective, and if there's changes in that process, then we want to flag those. You'll see a bunch of dates that are in red. These are committee of the whole meetings later in the year that are for purposes of supporting you as you review the budget. And so last cycle, the council's office has really ramped up the amount of focus on the budget and staff support and discussion that happens amongst the members. And so the calendar shows that. The calendar does not currently show a handful of committee of the whole meetings that are happening earlier in the year. We're working with Julie DeMuth and Finance right now to get those dates nailed down, but we're anticipating that we'll have a series of committee of the whole meetings once a month, actually from April until August, to help get you grounded on budget related items in advance of the budget actually coming to you from the executive. So that'll be similar to the process for the members that were here last year, similar to the process that we used last year, where there's, quarterly reports, end of year report, et cetera. That'll be discussed some more this afternoon. And that will be added to the calendar. You'll see that the committee reduction that's been discussed and approved or accepted by the council is shown for July. So that's the week, or beginning July 14th, running through July 25th. The intention is to not have the policy committees meet that week. Regular council meetings will occur, but that window is being carved out just as an opportunity for staff to take vacation. It's a formal opportunity to do that. Staff are not required to take vacation during that time period, but it's just a summer carve out for that purpose. It's a practice that was started last year. I thought it worked fairly well last year, and so we're hoping to continue that this year. The calendar does show the dates that we're expecting, the no later than date for the budget. So under the charter, the budget has to come in to the council at least 100 days prior to the new fiscal year. That date's shown on the calendar in red. Might be the 23rd, but it's September 22nd, 23rd is the 100-day mark. A week before that, in yellow, on the 15th of September, you'll see the date where the council would start a freeze on non-budget legislation. So the practice for the last several years has been to notify the executive branch departments that beginning mid-September, legislation that is not budget related will not be considered by the council. Now, that's not an absolute. Occasionally, there are things that are essential or necessary or emergencies that do have to occur. But for the most part, September 15th forward until December, non-budget legislation would be put on hold so that council and council staff can focus exclusively on the budget, supporting all the budget conversations that we have identified. One other thing that I want to point out, and I think I'll be done with the calendar review, is the week of November the 10th. That week, the regular council meeting happens to fall on the Veterans Day holiday. And so we would not have a regular council meeting on that date because the charter requires the council to meet 50 times in each of 50 weeks. We still have to meet that week. And so what we show on this calendar is a special meeting of the council on November the 14th. That's a Friday. I do that to you, but that's what's currently planned. Of course, the members can talk about that further, and if you want to shift it in the week, staff can accommodate that. But that's what you see on the November 14th. We have two different colors going on. That's representing the fact that we would have a committee of the whole committee of the whole meeting in the morning, and then a council meeting at 3 o'clock or 1 o'clock or 1:30 in the afternoon. The council would decide. It's a special meeting, so you have that flexibility to establish the start time on it. So that's the calendar as it currently stands, and we have to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions?
Thank you, Chair. I know that you've asked for in-district meetings to be, prior to June or so, but that doesn't preclude a member from having an in-district meeting that week. That would count.
It would, that's also budget at the very, very end, and our staff often are working very late into the evening if there's amendments, things like that. I'd worry about the workload of clerks and any policy staff that might be supporting a topic that week. So originally we thought about that, but when we started thinking about it.
Yeah, I understand the hesitation, but in the case of emergency, it's a possibility. Yeah, thank you.
The other reason we talked about having an actual formal council meeting is it would kind of give us a formal time to pass any of the budget legislation that really isn't something that's highly amended, like the ad valorums and some of those other documents that are required that then lightens our traditionally longer council meeting when we're adopting the actual budget resolution, where that's where a lot of the amendment work tends to happen. And so it would kind of create more space. And then you add on to that WASAG once again is holding their annual conference the week we usually do the heavy lifting. So Robin and I are the board members, and so we'll have to figure out how one of us has to be there to vote. But that's months away, but it's something to think about. So we also didn't want to have a council meeting on December 23rd or 30th. So we didn't have an extra Tuesday this year. So we needed to find a way. So tentatively, that is currently the plan, and we can play with exactly when. But, other questions, and truly appreciate many of you getting your in-districts on the calendar early. April's gonna be pretty busy, is what I'm seeing. So, other comments? Okay. So we're gonna shift gears. My plan is to pause for a break when we go from the talking about to the kind of the sharing. We'll have like a chunk of time. It's half an hour to 40 minutes. Again, y'all just take coffee, so get up and take care of yourselves. But I'm gonna turn this over to Mr. Taylor and policy staff to really lead us through where we were and where we are and where we might go.
All right, thank you. So staff's going to provide a briefing to the council this morning on the status of the 2023-2025 priorities. We're hoping to complete this in less than a half hour, 15 to 20 minutes if possible. We'll see. There is a lot of material to cover though, so I'll do my best to go through it in the time allotted. I'm going to be the one principally walking through the PowerPoint that Jair's pulling up, but I'm going to turn to the other policy staff and there any questions come up that are, really focused or technical about a specific item. So they're here for that support. I want to recognize that policy staff put a lot of time and energy into updating the status of the items. As I go through this briefing, the intention is to help the council evaluate its current priorities, refine the priorities, identify any new priorities for 2025 or the next biennium. So go ahead and advance the slide. Please. Okay. While he's getting that set up, okay, perfect. Go ahead and advance the slide. Okay. So we're going to review the progress today. We're going to ask you to reaffirm priorities, identify those to keep or remove. If you identify any gaps in the priorities, either new priorities or perhaps the priority needs to be rephrased or refined, we're hoping that you'll flag that today. And then if there's any areas you want to focus on for the remainder of 25, and maybe start thinking about 26 and 27. This is the time to do it. The intention is not to try to get a finalized priorities list today. That's not realistic. Goal is just to get the conversation started. We're gonna try to, staff's gonna do its best to keep good notes, with the intention that we'd have a follow-up at a study session like we did with the prior year's priorities exercise. This is gonna be broken down into two parts, the briefing by staff that we're hoping gets done in about, 20 minutes or so, and then the second half is really a council-led conversation. The chair is gonna help facilitate that conversation, staff will help, but it's really discussion amongst yourselves regarding the items that I just flagged. Go ahead and move forward, great. So, as we walk through it, these are just some things to keep in mind. I won't read through all of them, but, you have them in your packet. Just think about that. Use those, we would suggest you might use those lenses when you're looking at these priorities. One to really point out, I guess, is the priority achievable through council policy, budget action? So is it something that you can accomplish as a legislative body or county government can accomplish within the, resources and authorities that you have? So in your packet, I just want to orient you to a couple of items. There's a worksheet in your packet for each of the priority areas. Just reading this if you want. It's just there as a resource to help you take notes as we walk through it, and it might help in the second half of the conversation. So it's in your binder. It's just a tool for you. You may use it if you wish. You don't have to use it. In the back of the room are sheets, those large Post-its that are titled by each of the subject areas. That's really for the second half of your conversation and perhaps spilling over into lunchtime. That's an opportunity for you to capture thoughts on paper. You have sticky notes in front of you too, so you can jot down, if there's new priorities or if there's changed priorities or if you have data priorities and you think it needs to be removed. Those all, you have opportunity to use the sticky notes and attach them to the large Post-its in the back during that facilitated conversation that you're going to have. So go ahead and move forward in the priority parts PowerPoint. So the priorities were really established back in March of 23. They were refined by the council in July of 23, and then refined again last year, 2024. There's 11 different areas that are covered. There are a lot of priorities, and that's been one thing that several members have pointed out. How are there too many priorities? Right now, there's 97 priorities on the list. Good news is action has occurred on most of the priorities, but it's a very, very long list. And as I think members are aware, the 24-25 budget was a lot of that budget was framed by these priorities. That budget was heavily influenced by the priorities that were outlined here. Not completely, but there's a lot of actualization of the budget priorities realized in the budget. So go ahead and move forward. As I go through these priorities, it's just gonna try to simplify it in kind of a red, yellow, green kind of progress scheme here with green, anything in green being in the staff's opinion in good shape, it's completed or ongoing. Things that are in this kind of orangish yellow are in progress. We think they're the staff thinks they're in good shape. There's movement happening. And then items in red probably need more discussion by members. And one other tool in your packet is there's an index. So as I go through this, in the interest of time, I'm not going to go into excruciating amount of detail. But what I want to point out is that in your packet, there's an index document that provides the details that informs the status that a staff is assigned to it. So if you see something and we say it's completed, and you ask, how is that completed? Look at the index, and there'll be a statement from staff as to why staff thinks it's completed. Okay, so that's there's the tool for you as we move through this. Okay, go ahead and move forward, please. All right, so this is overall progress to date. This is progress in the last 24 months. You'll see that. Okay, thank you. Okay. So staff is of the opinion that 72% of the priorities are complete or ongoing, and we'll go through that detail in a minute. 20% of the priorities we think are advancing well, they're in progress, and then there's 8% that either just in very early stages or haven't started at all. So overall, we think that's pretty good, 92% of total between this. We think that's pretty good progress, an accomplishment for the council, I think, to be proud of. Okay, go ahead and move forward, please. Okay, so for each of the 11 areas, the council had a goal statement for the priorities. And so those goal statements are represented on this slide. So in housing, affordability and supply, homelessness, behavioral health, substance use disorder, public safety, social justice. Go ahead, Jay, move forward, please. Youth and young adults, economy and workforce development, collaboration, infrastructure, and then environment sustainability. So there are 11 different categories where there's goal statements. I've just put those on the slide just as a reminder of the big picture that the council had in mind when it identified the 97 priorities that are sought to be implemented in response to these goal statements. So go ahead and move forward. Okay, so in the area of housing affordability and supply, you'll see that there were 13 priorities identified. About 2/3 of those priorities are complete or substantially complete in staff's opinion. And so you can see how those break down on this slide. There are a couple of items that I want to highlight specifically. That's how I'm going to do this. I'm going to just call out specific highlights on the reference sheet. This reference sheet. So these are just particular accomplishments or maybe challenges I'm going to point out on each of these slides. So on this particular one, of course, at the top of the list was the enactment of the Housing Related Services Tax, which has been put to good work in the county, now referred to as the Maureen Howard Affordable Housing Act. Also in this group is supporting the goal of creating 1,000 new income restricted housing units per year beginning in the year 2024. That's an ongoing item. That's a goal that, the council's intended to carry on for many, many, many years, because there's a huge need in terms of, affordable, attainable housing in the county. The most recent report that's available on Open Pierce on housing investments indicates the county currently has investments planned or in progress for about 3,100 units. So that's something to highlight. Go ahead and move forward. Another item to highlight is the development and maintenance of an inventory for county-owned lands and surplus land policy development. That inventory does exist. The policy that supports this management of these county lands and potential use for affordable housing is included within the comprehensive plan. So that happened with the comprehensive plan update. And I know that administratively that practice is being implemented now when facilities looks at surplus land. All right, so areas where there's probably more work to do. At the bottom of the list, you'll see the multifamily tax exemption program. So that area was evaluated by the council and some preliminary ideas were looked at, but that hasn't moved forward. And so that's an area where the council may, have a conversation, decide whether or not you want to circle back on that particular item. And then staff didn't find any priorities that had not been started. So this category we think is in good shape. Go ahead and move forward. And homelessness and stable housing. There are 6 priorities. About 2/3 of those are complete. The ones that I want to point out specifically are the Community First Village. As council knows, the priority there was to fund the Community First Village. That occurred a little more than, Paul can give you a specific number, perhaps Julie can, so more than $22 million that was devoted to that effort and released. All the funds haven't been released yet to the developer, but nearly half, I believe, a little more than half have been released at this point in time. It's subject to the contract or funding agreement that require certain milestones to be hit for funding to be released. Finance is responsible for monitoring and, you know, policing that. You do get a quarterly report on progress on that item, but that's an item I wish to highlight it, in staff opinion is complete in terms of council's work other than your monitoring role. The select committee on homelessness. Now, I know I'm showing that as complete, and that's something that I hope the council is going to talk about. The select committee was formed. It did meet, I think, twice a month in 2024, or on base close to that cadence in 2024. It did sunset at the end of the year. And so that's an issue that the council may want to revisit, or I know that some members have expressed interest in potentially reestablishing that committee. I think staff will have the capability to support that once the new policy analyst is on board, which is going to be pretty soon. And the last item that I point to is a unified regional approach. That's a significant priority of the council and county. As you know, the budget allocated $1 million for that effort. The contracts are in place. Kerry Waterland is monitoring and managing that process, and the first URA meeting on March the 7th. So we think this category is in pretty good shape. Go ahead and move forward. All right, behavioral health systems. So there's 5 priorities here. We believe 60% are complete. In the area of behavioral health, a couple items that I want to point out is first, the continuing to program and monitoring funding for the behavioral health and therapeutic courts tax to support the behavioral health improvement plan. The budget appropriates about $34 million for that effort. So that's a significant accomplishment and something that's going to intended to continue year after year. That well, I know that tax is proposed to sunset, so that's something that the council will have to take a look at, or you may wish to take a look at whether or not to extend the sunset on that particular tax. Another item I want to point out is at the bottom. This item not started, and so this is one that staff would ask the council to talk about and decide if that's still a priority and what kind of focus to put on it. And that's the increasing the number of residential treatment beds that are available in Pierce County. I think there's a recognized, Kerry can weigh in here, but there's a recognized shortage of those beds, treatment beds in the county, and this priority is intended to try to do something to rectify that challenge. Okay, let's go ahead and move forward. In the area of substance use disorder, there's 7 priorities. 70% of these are complete in staff's opinion. The items that I want to point out are again at the top, seeking funding to establishment and operation of eventual residential detox beds and sober housing in the county. That was budgeted in the 2022-2023 supplemental budget. I know there's more work being done in that area, supported by the BHIP, but we're noting that is an area of significant progress. The opioid, advancing the efforts of the opioid abatement council and the opioid settlement funds council did that through a resolution back in 2023 that established that council, and then of course the current budget directs that the BHIP update established priority spending areas, which is good for that. The other item I want to point out is near the bottom of the list, and well, 2 items. One is the exploration of opportunities to provide aid to offset treatment costs for individuals and families. Funding was provided in the 24-25 budget for a number of programs that do that. MedFirst and the Asian American Chemical Dependency Treatment Services Program. My notes from Gary's $1.3 million is what's been appropriated for that purpose. Okay. And then at the bottom of the list, an item that's not started. And so conversation amongst members as to, you know, what to do with that item is the regional therapeutic drug court expansion. All right, let's go ahead and move forward. Maybe I'll slow down my speech a little bit. If I can rush in here a little bit, but I'm trying to get you as much time to have dialogue amongst yourselves as you can. Okay, so public safety. There are 8 priorities noted here. Staff believes 90% of them are complete. Now, if something, you'll note that some of these priorities say to explore. And so, that exploration has happened, if it may not have resulted in any change. But from staff's perspective, the exploration happened and the dialogue happened. So highlight several items here. So one, exploring funding for additional recruitment incentives such as education benefits for sheriff deputies. That process was explored. The determination was made that incentives like that would need to be addressed in a later contract, collective bargaining agreement. So it's marked as complete in terms of exploration, but obviously more action has to happen in that regard. The Law and Justice Civilian Oversight Panel. That's currently on hold by council motion from July 2022. Andrew might be able to provide more information on that if you need.
Questions?
Okay, all right. Then another item is efforts to abate public nuisance properties. So that your budget, 2024-2025 budget does provide a little more than $500,000 to the prosecuting attorney's office for a county attorney and a half FTE legal assistant to support that portfolio. So council has, that's an ongoing activity, or completed activity from staff's perspective. And then I'll go to, I think, the 2 more items here. Monitoring and supporting efforts to achieve the budgeted staffing levels for deputies and corrections officers. So go ahead and move forward. Oh, go back one slide.
Yeah.
Is there? Okay. Okay.
That's a question.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry.
it's a lot of notes, but I
Okay.
just had a specific question. Are we gonna talk about whether we agree or not that these be
Yes.
completed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm trying to, perhaps I should have paused and allowed for dialogue at the end of these, but I'm trying to get through in the half hour so that you can have a free form conversation and we'll just go category by category. And if I'm going too fast, let me know, I'll slow down. I'm looking at my notes and I need to scan the room a little bit more often to see if people have, if the council knows that. Okay, all right. All right, thanks. Okay, so in regard to exploring efforts to make certain that county is fully funded in the area, fully staffed in the areas of law enforcement and corrections. Staff has reviewed that, has worked with the chair of public safety on that. The last report from 2024 is that we were down 1 position in patrol, 7 positions in corrections. Now I know that number's different now, likely. It's higher. It's higher now. Yeah, this was yeah. The Julie's telling me the numbers are higher than that. Go ahead. Yes.
The down 1 in patrol and down 7 in corrections, those were net losses over the year as opposed to vacancies. So they lost, unfortunately, with the hiring, they lost position class in 2020. So yes, it is much higher than the 1 in the 7. That was the loss, net loss.
And so I know Julie tracks that very closely and can probably give you real-time numbers on it. There was $2.7 million budgeted for hiring incentives in the budget. That's obviously an area that will be discussed as part of the 26-27 biennial budget, staffing levels for the sheriff's office. Also the collective bargaining agreement, most likely. The last item to point out is shown in red, and that's evaluating opportunities to expand the sheriff's reserve program and cadet program.
So at last year's retreat, that was actually marked as completed. The prior administration indicated that that was not something that they would be able, were interested in doing or were able to do. They had concerns regarding pending or recently passed legislation and liability concerns. However, the new administration in the sheriff's department has spoken about revisiting these options. So that's why it's gone back to early activity under the new administration.
All right, thank you. So we're about halfway there. So the next category is Go ahead and move forward. With social justice and equity. So staff, believes all of these priorities have been completed. So the equity, the formation of the equity commission was supported, council took action. Legislation was unfortunately vetoed, but the council took the action that it needed to take. The 24-25 budget provided support for the next item, the Pierce County Business Accelerator, Community Navigator programs. That's largely ARPA funding, so that'll be a conversation for the next biennium as to how to continue those programs, but council did complete this. And then the equity analysis and equity notes, that process is in place and is being utilized and it's ongoing with improvements that I know the finance department is working through. So go ahead and move forward. So youth and young adults. 5 priorities, 80% complete. There's cost of funding provided to support that first item, youth and adult summer recreation programs that last summer specifically. There is under the item near the bottom that's shown in kind of orange, seek to identify funding and partnerships for the intentional creation of places and spaces for youth and young adults. Cost of funding was allocated to that purpose as well as authorization of the Human Services FTE. One item above that, and that's the juvenile justice. So using data in the juvenile justice system to inform the creation and funding of programs to better target at-risk populations and communities. You'll note that's marked as ongoing. Members that were here last year, I think are aware that the county did submit an application to NACO to join the inaugural group of the County Juvenile Justice Innovation Network. There's the acronyms in your notes, but I thought I would tell you what that acronym means. Unfortunately, the county wasn't selected, but ongoing efforts are still occurring in that.
And I will add, that you were asked to be a mentor to everybody else. It's not the purpose I wanted to learn.
All right, economy and workforce, so go ahead and move forward. All right, so 7 priorities, staff believes 90% complete or in progress. So the first one, engaging in conversations with the Economic Development Department regarding branding and marketing of county. That has happened and is ongoing. That's the Pivot Pierce County program. Next one I'm going to highlight is encouraging programs and policies that promote diverse economic clusters, reskilling and upskilling. The 2024-25 budget provided support to Workforce Central for young adult internships. And reporting on that issue occurred in committee. In regard to the item, continuing to support and expand parks, trails, and other outdoor recreational opportunities. A reminder, the 24-25 budget includes $61 million of appropriations for park and trail projects. Monitoring of that activity is ongoing. I know project delivery is something that council is really interested in, and performance audits taking a look at that. Bill Vetter and his team is taking a look at that particular issue, but you did appropriate significant resources for park and recreation in the budget. Not another item, look for opportunities to reduce the local regulatory burden, promote timely permit review. And members are aware that planning and public works has a workflow improvement project and there's code updates that are going to be coming later this year, you think, Erica? Okay. That is responsive to that priority. And then the last one I'll touch on is at the bottom of the list, supporting programs which fund engagement, public art, and public spaces. Your budget for 24-25 includes the 1% for the arts funds, nearly $600,000 for that, as well as a mural arts program, $250,000 appropriated. for that. All right, so we'll go ahead and move forward. Collaborating and supporting communities. So there's 10 priorities in this area. Staff believes 70% are indicated as complete or ongoing. This is really council's participation and leadership in a number of organizations like PSRC, PCRC, SHADE, South Sound Housing Affordability Partners, the Opioid Abatement Council, Sustainability 2030 Plan, etc. Go ahead and go forward to the next slide. There's a couple that I want to point out here. Blue zones, that's marked as ongoing. Marked that way because the county, in this last budget, has funded a number of projects that benefit blue zones. They may not be formal blue zones projects, but geographically, they align with the blue zones, and in terms of the outcomes that'll be achieved from those investments, they align with the blue zone outcomes. There are two items that are shown in red that may need to be dialogue for the council. One is, promoting greater dialogue with tribes, at least one government meeting with each tribe. That was a goal that was laid out for the council back in 2023. I know that it was explored in 2024. Logistically, it can be a little bit of a challenge to make that happen. At least council, tribal council, the Pierce County Council, it can be a little difficult time to join a meeting. Something the council probably needs to talk about inside, if that's something you want more focus on, and so, work with probably the current executive administration and tribal liaison and others to help facilitate that. The last item is the development of a plan to promote a coordinated response to food insecurity after the pandemic and provide some funding in the future. A lot of the funding for food insecurity or to address food insecurity is ARPA or it's other federal or state sources, and there may be challenges with that in next biennium. So that's something that that is something. Okay, go ahead and move forward to. We're almost to the finish line. So infrastructure needs a lot of priorities in this group. There were 17 in total. Staff is indicating 71% are complete or are ongoing. A number of these were accomplished through the comprehensive plan update or the adoption of the transportation improvement program. Those are noted in the detailed document that you have. Go ahead and move forward. Actually move back one. Sorry. The water utility. So exploring the formation of the water utility, it's the fourth item on this list. That's marked as complete. The council took legislative action to actually expand the water utility. So the countywide water utility now updated county code that happened last year. So that's noted as complete. Also on this list is monitoring near the bottom, monitoring and promoting the timely implementation of park and recreation improvement projects. And this is the item that I pointed out is currently being looked at through performance audit. So go ahead and move forward. All right. I'm gonna exercise the location study for Fox Island Bridge. That's noted as in progress. There's open houses in regard to the findings of the type, size, and location study that are coming up and are ongoing. I know that's of particular interest to District 7 and Councilmember Vincent. The last item to note on this list is evaluating the viability and cost effectiveness of automated school zone school speed zone enforcement cameras at selected school locations. So the council initiated that evaluation by resolution. Evaluation did happen. The engineering staff did evaluate the identified schools to determine that use of cameras in those locations would be appropriate and effective, and they concluded that it would. However, it's not implemented at this point because it's, tied to collective bargaining. So it has potential labor implications. So that's why it's noted as in progress. All right, go ahead and move forward. Mayor, please move forward.
I did.
Oh, you did? Oh, I guess I just didn't see it. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jay. I got too many things on my mind. Okay, so environment and sustainability. Okay, so a lot in this group as well. There's 16 priorities, roughly 70% are complete in this category. Items just to note are a number of these items have been included, have been completed through the comprehensive plan update. So I won't read through all of those. The second item in regard to CPACER, council took legislative action to adopt that CPACER program. It's codified chapter 1510 of the county code. Sustainability 2030, the third item on there is in progress. The budget did provide additional staffing and funds for implementation. Let's see here. Go ahead and go to the next slide, if you would, please. All right, I'm going to wrap up with the item that's at the bottom of this list, and that is something that hasn't been started. It's evaluating the county's regulatory system for noise pollution control. That's been on the list for several years. It's a health department responsibility currently, so it's a bit of a challenge to bring that into county government or into department of county government. So that's one that perhaps there's a need to discuss. I know that one of the concerns about noise pollution control and abatement is really the lack of enforcement or limited enforcement that happens at the health department level. That comes up every once in a while, often tied to industrial sites, truck storage areas, or construction activity. Probably the most common areas where the complaints come up regarding noise pollution control. All right, so I managed to get through it in about a little less than about 30 minutes. So, all right, sorry I rushed through it, but I'm trying to give you as much time as I can do.
Thank you. So I think what I'm gonna propose is that we go into recess for 10 minutes, take a break, collect your thoughts, and then we'll go back to the beginning and we'll kind of look at chunks. Two things that we'll do is if there's something that you're just noodling on and you have questions, like it's understanding what's out there. It's asking staff specifics about some of these. And then the sticky notes over the next hour and a half, including lunch, if there's something you want to add, if you're having questions about the different topic areas, they can also go up there. If it's something you're just like, it's a brainstorm, but you really don't know what you mean, you can put it up there because then staff can come back and follow up with us. So there's a lot of information. We are not spending 6 hours just doing this. The goal is to kind of make sure we're all on the same page. So I'm gonna call us into recess till 10:47. We are in recess. Back into our regular meeting here, and we left off with a lot of information. Thank you, Mr. Taylor, and the staff that got that all put together. The goal now is to basically go back and just see where we are as far as questions about the work. If you have a question about something that's been marked completed, if you have a question about why, if you have ideas, just learning together, and we'll kind of chunk this almost by like themes. So looking at housing and homelessness together, we'll look at public health, so substance use disorder, behavioral health, and that will help have the right staff ready to be near a mic by chunking it that way. Seems to make the most sense. So we'll go back to housing affordability, supply, and homelessness, and really looking for people that have questions, or if there's an idea that you have, if there's a priority that you want to revisit, or you think you believe it's not completed, and you want to better understand why it was marked completed, this is the time to kind of go through that. So, and again, you have two tools. You have the slides themselves, but you also have the type out list that starts on page 33 in tab 2, which is the item, and then an explanation that was previously created by a staff person to explain. So I'm gonna start in housing and homelessness and housing this area, and are there topics, questions, areas? And I'm just gonna let you self-regulate. So Robin, go for it.
I have one about multifamily tax exemption program. It's not been on my list for a couple of years. Was there a state legislative issue that meant that we couldn't expand this, or is it, we just haven't done the legislation yet? What's holding us back from this?
So that, the legislation, has been drafted. The county does have the ability to expand, residential targeted areas, with some limitations, but, there is draft legislation that's been prepared. There was a change in state law a few years ago that allowed for the exemption period to be, longer. The county has a program now, just as a reminder, members, there is a multifamily tax exemption program that the council did adopt a number of years ago that currently applies in the area around Pacific Lutheran University, Garfield area. It's pretty limited geographically. That does exist. Under that program, maximum exemption period that can be provided for property taxes is 12 years. State law was changed a few years ago to allow for a longer period, 20 years when certain requirements have been met. Some jurisdictions have implemented that 20-year opportunity. City of Tacoma, for instance, has done that, but the county hasn't. So the county does have the ability to make modifications to its program, including the geography that you can apply that tax exemption to. There has been a draft legislation prepared. It was put on hold. There was, some community interest in the existing residential targeted area around some historic buildings, for instance, that were being proposed for conversion to housing that generated a lot of community interest and some concern in the Parkland Spanaway area, and that all kind of coincided about the same time that the legislation was being drafted. So it's currently in a preliminary status. It's something staff could pick up and start moving with, again, if there's interest by the council in doing it.
Well, I don't know what the concerns are. That's not my area, so I need to get educated, but I'd love to talk to whomever is engaged in this, in particular, given our comprehensive plan and our efforts to increase density in certain areas. Maybe those are the areas we should look at allowing this tool to incentivize developers to do so. So interested in talking more.
And I concur with Councilmember Dennis on that. It's been on my list for a while. And I know when I was down in Olympia, I had the privilege of expanding that bill. So I would like to look at that as a tool to be used on some of the areas, corridors. And that has to be used within the UDO.
That's correct. That is correct. And the way the, Eric and I will weigh in on this too, the way the law is written, it really needs to be, the question is how close does it need to be to transit routes? Because it's in part to transit availability or proximity to high capacity transit corridors. And so that really is Pacific Avenue, and that is potentially Meridian as well. It's the frequency of service for the transit that is one of the key determining factors on it. But it is UGA, that's the urban growth area.
I'm sure that there are some parameters written into the state law.
Yes.
That has to be on transit.
There's certain, there's locational requirements in state law that have to be met. It has to be proximate to a center. It has to be in a high capacity transit area. I think it's a quarter mile. It's got to be within the urban growth area. So there's certain geographical requirements that have to be met, that kind of limit where you can place these or allow for this tax benefit?
Okay, well, there again, I think it's a tool that we can use to get, not only market rate housing, and additional federal housing, and well, that side for affordable housing. So, I would, like, take a look at that on my list. Thank you.
Okay, want to know. Over video.
Yeah. I'll let you do that.
Other areas in housing and homelessness, those are two big topics that we spent a lot of time on over the last couple of years. Rosie? Oh, sorry, Dave.
For me, I still want to expand and target faith-based communities to be able to use their properties, for adoption of homeless. Tiny homes or something, which is, discussion that I have going back to Garrett when he was kind of pushing, a lot of the, homeless, issues out there. And if we could just get the cooperation of the state-based community to work with government, to adopt even 3 homeless individuals or families, that would be huge. I always say that churches have the most underused property out there, and they have the compassion, I think the desire, a lot of them are leery of working with government. So it needs to be collaboration, but especially in the unincorporated. I think there's opportunity to be able to do that, and you know, along with safe parking. You know, always get that. So if there's anything that we can do, start moving those things up that allows that to happen. I'm supportive of that. And then the expansion also of our village. I think that we almost should be a big job in this town. And I think I'm going to be looking at a way to expand the 40 veterans village using like transitional housing. So I'll bring that forward. I decided to share down to the tour. So that they can explain based on experiences they've had now for the last decade on how to house homeless veterans. Come up with always great ideas, but if they're don't work, why are we spending time doing that? So they have great insights. I would love to get that meeting together so we can have that conversation. Thank you.
I've got a few comments on what's here, and potentially maybe something new, if that is the time.
Go for it.
Okay. I do want to echo, Councilmember Morel's, work with faith-based communities. I know personally, I used to work for an organization where they would bring people in. I'm curious, if we have, or if we know of what that inventory of faith-based communities looks like that has those programs. So they may not be able to, house folks on their property, but amongst their congregation, they may have a program that allows congregate and someone who is unhoused, to be in that space. I know for District 4, shelter beds is a big topic. And how we go about that, I think we could be very creative about it. But I know that funding has reduced significantly, and if we're able to support or at least alleviate some of the work that our more organized spaces are doing, that can be great. The very interested in transitional housing, like a 2 to 3 year kind of scope that allows folks to stabilize, and to allow some form of getting themselves together and transition into more long-term affordable housing, or even market rate housing, depending on the circumstances. This is more of a question. We know that a lot of the reason or common factor in homelessness is social network and the ability to have something in a person's lives to connect to resource. And so I'm curious if we've explored what it looks like to work with folks that have residents in their personal property that they can rent out to individuals. Maybe I'm thinking those that are 18 and maybe are out of the home and possibly not stable. Those that are, for whatever reason, justice involved and may have something on their record. I know there are some counties that have some very specific inventories of homes or properties that, with a condition of an individual going through a class or a certificate program of sorts, they get connected to that network of individuals that are willing to rent out under those conditions. And I could share more information about this later. And then the last thing, and I think we're in the middle of this, amongst our unhoused, the homeless services, which is a standard communication system to know not who is being housed, but what resources are out there and available and who has had such touch points. I think we're in the middle of it, but as a priority to both support those that are offering those services. So point of entry is commonly known amongst everyone, and we can share that point of entry is for resource to anyone else that's engaging in this world, whether or not they're formally connected. I'll stop.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Morel, you're so right, zero veteran homelessness. We're a veteran county, for priorities, and things change, so we got to adjust what's happening on the ground. And with how things are changing as we move forward in housing homeless people in hard roofs, I just want to make sure that we don't lose track of them. I think some of the arguments were they're dying in the tents. So they're dying in the tents. I just want to make sure that they don't die under the roofs. And we lose track of them with the wraparound services. So many years ago, when we used to go into homeless camps, we just told them to get out of there. There was no social work with us to tell people about services. We have moved forward from that. So, nowadays we have those people who come in and tell the homeless people of the social services. Now that we're moving in housing people, we need to continue to make sure that we're not forgetting about, oh, we got them housed and that's it. And then next thing you know, they're not doing good under the roofs. So one of those things that maybe we can track, I don't know how you do this, but maybe track some of the health disparities or anything like that. I mean, substance abuse is a thing. Overdoses in any county funded tiny home or apartment or anything like that, and track the trends, habits, and idiosyncrasies of what's happening in those housing right now. I don't know if it's overstepping, but I think it's not a finger pointing of what you are doing under that roof, but it's a hand of care and making sure that people don't die in the housing that we're providing. So I think as we're changing from the tent to the roof, that we need to keep track of.
Clarification. Are we working with the worksheets in the back of the program as well? On that kind of, because I'm looking at what I've written like for the homeless situation and housing, and I want to repeat to what council members Morrell and Herrera have said on working with programs. One of the things that was mentioned in work to have churches work with us, and I'm wondering if it isn't us needing to work with them. Because if there are policies that are just against the grain of the board of the church, we should be able to adapt to rules that can help assist them in creating more places for folks who need some assistance. And I guess looking at the list, I wanted to mention on, are we doing any, like the short-term rentals are on this list? Are we sticking mainly with?
Anything on the housing and homelessness, so those first two.
I'm looking at housing, affordability, and supply, is that?
Yep.
Okay. And that is something that the short-term rentals that is able to expand a lot of housing. There are many situations I have heard where folks have loaned their homes to those in need. And if someone is in medical conditions, they have a place. So we shouldn't be looking at putting obstacles in their way. And I believe the community land trusts was in here as well. Is that in this section? Yeah, it's down. In the long run, I don't see those as benefiting society. It is taking, it's basically a mobile home court with a house instead of a mobile home on it. And if they don't own the land, they really aren't going to, in time, that property is going to be just as what it is today. Only it won't have the land attached to it and somebody else is getting the land. I think that's a short-sighted policy to have. I appreciate when there are programs where they can, the owners of the units can buy the land and put it in the hole, so they have like a homeowners association type of situation, which aren't fun, but they can be better than nothing. And that's all I'll get into at the moment. Thank you.
Brian, do you have anything to add in this area? Okay. I think, from, oh, go ahead.
And I'm fighting over my career. Just real quick, one thing that I think we should add that's very implementable, so we can check off, is implementing the what is it called, the regulations, the comp plan, implementing regulations. Is that the right term? Because we know that's coming to us. We know that that's a big deal. We passed the comp plan last year, so now we need to do the implementing regulations. So I think we should add that. And then something for discussion is the select committee on homelessness. I thought that was extremely valuable. However, now that we have the unified regional approach, do we need the select committee anymore? I'm all for not having any more meetings. So that's a discussion point if we can transition to this bigger group of jurisdictions working together on homelessness. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. What we were talking about, homelessness, stable housing. Mr. Taylor, where are we with the Good Neighbors Village? Is that litigated out, or are they still filing appeals?
So my understanding is that the legal challenge that's proceeding through the courts is still active. The last report that we received is that wasn't expected to come to like conclusion until April, May timeframe. Perhaps Jimmy has additional information, but that was the last report that we received. So early summer is when we would expect that Superior Court would make a ruling on the LUPA challenge, the Land Use Petition Act challenge. So it's a challenge to the hearing examiner's decision for that, the entitlement that allowed for that activity. So, Julie, do you have anything else to add? Okay, so Julie's confirming that what I said is still accurate, so that,
Yeah, obviously, that's the county's biggest investment into chronic homelessness. And I'm not saying anyone should go to their courts in the legal, but come on. We need to kind of get over, and there again, we appealed and appealed, but we have one more tranche of money that they're not getting access to until this legal appeals lawsuits are over.
that's correct.
And they can't move forward. Other than some of the development as far as, they can't put any infrastructure, I would assume.
The final funding release was tied to, if the hearing, the way that it was set up, the final funding decision was tied to, affirmation of the hearing examiner's decision. So the hearing examiner's decision was issued and funding was released. And then there was this additional, stage of funding or phase of funding that was available once any challenges to the hearing examiner decision were resolved. And a challenge occurred, it's in Superior Court. Once Superior Court renders a decision, if it's supportive of the project and the land use approval that was given, then finance can release the last chunk of money, which is, it's a significant amount of money. It's $9 million that's left to be released.
And
So,
plus, they can't do any fundraising until they make sure the project is moving forward. You're not gonna get any investors. Well, they may invest with the caveat, saying, we're not gonna really move forward until you get the last box checked off. So it's put us back a considerable amount of time. But there again, I think once we move forward with the Good Neighbors Village, that will help alleviate a lot of challenges we have in this county with chronic population. So, I know there's nothing we can do about it, but
I would note that the funding is not necessarily at risk. It's been obligated, right? It's ARPA funding. It's been obligated, so it's met the federal requirements to safeguard and protect the funds subject to the terms of the funding agreement. The project may be behind schedule as far as bringing the housing to the community, but the funding right now is not at risk of being lost at the federal level. It has to be expended by December 31, 2026. Now, maybe there's some additional leeway I'm not aware of, but that's the expenditure date. And so assuming the Superior Court upholds the hearing examiner's decision, there's a little more than a year, it's 18 months still left to complete that project. So yes, it's behind schedule from what was laid out originally by the provider. But in terms of being at risk of loss of funding, not at this point.
the
Homelessness and housing,
and housing.
chunk them together.
And all kinds of housing. Okay, I still get constant complaints about the permitting process. How long it's taking, to go through this, even the new process. So I would like to look at that. I, there again, I've said it multiple times. Workforce housing in unincorporated areas needs to be a priority for this council. That missing middle, housing, you know, cottage communities, you know, whatever we can do, sometimes smaller is better. And if we can, utilize some of these, odd lots for, more cottage development, all for that. But like I say, anything within the workforce housing that, that helps, you know, the nurses, teachers, you know, the workers, the blue collar workers, not just focusing on 30% of it. Well, so, what definitely, look for anything there. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, if you, there's possibly more ideas, we'll have time. And I'm looking at the schedule and thinking that I overplanned this like I do health and human services. So I'm gonna, this is, I think, the most important part is really thinking about this and then sharing, but our council priorities. So we've got an hour for committee work plan. I think that's the part, sorry, but that's the part I may just say, hey, we can do that during study session if we need to work into that, because this dialogue is in my opinion, the most important of the work we're doing today. So anybody who's looking at the agenda and going, I don't know how we're gonna do that, because we're supposed to be on priorities already, and we're on the first two chunks of our 11 priorities as a council. So I think for me in housing and homelessness, we looked at last year the work around housing, temporary housing communities. I think we need to relook at that. If it's not coming up in some other form, when I think about how we partner with our faith communities and their land right now, they aren't allowed to do some of those things. There's some wiggle room there, and we've created some spaces, but if we wanted a home with a roof as opposed to a tent or a car, like there's rules. So, and then also looking at some of our nonprofit and even public partners who may want to engage in that work right now, it's not allowed. So coming back to that, I agree that the URA may make it so that we don't need to do our own committee. I also feel like there was some really good dialogue happening in a very formal way with elected leaders, and especially some of our larger jurisdictions. And so the cadence, I think it's a conversation to have with the contractor about whether having this other meeting is of value or not. And then see, I'm still interested in that learning. And then we also did, I believe, in the contract for the URA say they have to come to the Select Committee on Homelessness. We have lots of other committees they can come to, but we wanted to make sure, since we funded it, that we continue to get updates. So we'll have to think about that. I know in our comp plan and through the state, there was a mandate that we actually track housing units by income band. I think that we need to think about how that's going to happen and how we're going to track that as a county. I know it came up when we were initially looking at it, but to Councilmember Morel's point, like that missing middle, the 30% to 100% is one of those areas that we need to really focus on. Erica.
I don't think I should be.
And like that.
Oh, thanks. So the Department of Commerce has already reached out to Planning and Public Works, and they have a process for tracking the delivery of housing by income bands, that it's already happening in Planning and Public Works and Department of Commerce.
Put it on, we should put it on there.
Okay, and so, yeah, is there anything else in housing and homelessness?
One thing that I think that is important is, you know, the biggest, most important thing is preventing people from being in this situation. So like the spelling out like the eviction protections that we've been working on, or we have those funds available, but spelling it out and saying that's important. Um, and, uh, and then I'm just thinking, not UBI, but those other things for, just preventing people from getting in this situation in the first place that could fall into the economy, but, I just wanted to spell those two things that come to mind. It's just the, I think it's, cheaper to keep people in their homes than it is to do the damage control afterwards. So those are just the thoughts that come to mind on this topic.
And again, other things.
Just one more note to keep in mind on this is keeping our taxpayers whole, because they're the ones funding this. And there are many different avenues that are coming after them for we need more money for all these different programs. And there is a breaking point. And I think nationally there is like $1 trillion on credit card debt. And so we need to be cognizant of all these things as we work for solutions. Thank you.
And then a population that I'm very interested in, permanent supportive housing and senior housing. Again, I'll say it again, 25% of our population is gonna be over the age of 60 by the end of this decade. And as people age and want to stay in their communities, whether it's making sure they stay in their home, so we have programs that allow them to work with property taxes, maintain their homes, things like that. But we need to make sure that we are actually doing that. And one of the, when we think about trying to keep people housed, is if they can't maintain their own housing, they lose their housing, right? And whether it's a public health concern because the housing is defunct and they're not caring for it, or they physically can't stay in their home, how do we transition them to something else because the streets doesn't solve the problem? So there's a lot to build in there, and people that have their own home, they want to stay in the community. So.
And I appreciate you mentioning that because it's rather critical in that when areas are trying to like build a duplex or a home and add on to it to where it can accommodate a relative, a family member. I have folks that they adopted a military veteran who didn't have a home, and making it so that a pathway to that is more viable. And, I'm not that far from making sure I have a good relationship with my boys.
Okay, so again, if there's more, you can add it to the sticky notes, you can talk to the policy staff, and we'll kind of, this is not the only touch point on all this. Okay, so next chunk is behavioral health and substance use disorder. I feel like those go well together. So thoughts, ideas, priorities, do we like this format of just popcorn around, or do you want me to go down the aisle here, or sorry, I don't know. Rob, go for it.
Two quick ones. I don't think that we are done with working on sober housing. I'm a big fan of Oxford houses in particular, but things like that, I would like that to stay on the list. And secondly, Nicole in my office has been talking with the executive's office, and exploring the idea of maybe a county-wide fentanyl event, something that recognizes the challenge, the seriousness, recognizing those who we've lost. We did some town halls last year, but this shouldn't be a District 7 thing. We'd love to do something with all of you, and we'd love for the executive department to lead it, but, you know, just throwing that out there so you all know, if anybody wants to work on that, to get in touch with Nicole. Thanks.
I want to double down on the, continuing to advocate for initiatives that support, credentialing of behavioral health professionals. We know that turnover in the space is pretty high, burnout is really high. As we think of workforce development and as we think of, folks being unhoused themselves, the caseload for individuals that are doing the drug service is pretty high. And it's not just a Pierce County issue. I know this is national. But if there is any kind of partnership that we can have with our credentialing institutions or our education workforce training programs that can support some alleviation or some apprenticeship or something along those lines that support the long-term professionals in the space.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to piggyback a little bit on Councilmember Denson in highlighting organizations that are successful in taking folks from their darkest day into success. There are several that seem to get missed. Maybe they have a policy that doesn't sit well with somebody, but their success rate, and I think it's testimony to that we shouldn't overlook them. And it might be kind of, maybe we could, have a day where we can get those organizations together and have a panel, some sort, so we can discuss that. Thank you. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. It was mentioned by Mr. Taylor that the behavioral health therapeutic court, tax has a sunset date. I think that is 2027. So I think this council needs to have a calendar put together on when we have to, because there again, it takes 5 votes, I do believe, to either remove that sunset or extend that sunset. So I put it together. There was obviously measurable results, accountability in your collection that I needed to see now that we've had some time. So, and I know performance audit is going to handle some of that because they were written in to the ordinance. But, my areas, besides the accountability, measurable results, improving access for unincorporated areas, not just Tacoma. Again, nothing. And then with courts, I need to make sure that I know what, the results are there, what the recidivist rate is going through those court systems, especially the drug court. And then make sure that there again with coordinated data collection, that, we have verifiable results that we can go to the public and say, this is dollars being used well, we're getting measurable results, and this is what the impact is. So I just want to make people aware that we look at it this year, but I would assume 2026 actually that is the case. So, anyway, those are my comments on that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate Councilmember Morrell bringing that up, because I think we should have a list ahead of time on what parameters that should be met, because we're responsible to the taxpayer. And something that comes to mind in thinking about that is that there are innumerable foundations in this state that have a fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayer because they get tax breaks. And they have immense capability of funding a lot of these things, and that's what they should be funding, instead of, well, we'll match this so that you implement this program the way they want it done. But we should look to them more than us having to raise taxes or ask more from our county folks than just looking at that angle, bringing them to, they've got millions and millions of dollars. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think I'd like to learn more about that. I wasn't aware of the behind foundations of funding that.
They have grants that they can give, that organizations can go to them instead of us for funding for the things they want to do, is my point.
You have a specific organization that.
Well, when you look at the different ones, there's Hewlett Packard, there's the Bill and Melinda Gates, there's the Black Future Co-op Fund, they've got millions. There is the Paul Enron Venture, all of these different foundations that have different grants that they give for.
Understand, got a different thought of what you're saying. Other.
This is more of a question. Something Councilmember Morrell mentioned about the 2027, we just need to have conversations and take action on this. Do we have an organizational chart of full council action or committee action? This is like a Gantt chart or something that can help us track along the way as we cover.
Of legislation that has like sunsets or.
Yes, both legislation and just like things that need to, something that needs to be revisited or that needs to have our attention.
I feel like I've seen something like that, but I don't know.
So for certain initiatives or, you know, programs that exist, but there's not like a holistic one that has a big picture of everything. There's not very, and staff can jump in here, and Paul, staff can jump in here, please. There are very only a few items that come to mind for me, where having a Gantt chart, you have specific hard dates that have to be met, comes to mind. Otherwise, it's the committee work plans that are kind of tracking. Comprehensive plan update would be one that we would have hard targets, right? Because there was a date set forth in state law that had to be met. The behavioral health and therapeutic courts tax would be another one, because there's a hard target associated with the sunset date. And there may be a handful of others. And what policy staff will do is we'll have our next meeting, we'll talk about that and try to get out on a list, things that we know have hard dates, and then we can follow up. Mike, you have something?
No, you're making the point that I was gonna make. If you take a look, for example, at the CDEC schedule, we have, significant pieces of legislation that are anticipated in the out years. Conservation futures, shoreline master program updates, comprehensive planning cycles are all kind of described. So that's one place to look.
Quick, just getting back to the drug court. It's an important thing, but something that's I've noticed is that it's not used anymore because there is no referrals. It's probably the lowest referrals ever. But once they do get in there, it does work. So we have to be in tandem with the sheriff's department or whoever's referring or the prosecutors to refer folks to this important court that does work. We know it's not, it's out there. It's just they're not getting referred to it. So we'd love to somehow encourage the use of that. We want to continue to support it.
Other areas? So I have the behavioral health tax on my list because I knew we had a sunset coming up, and I know it's one of our ways of doing supportive services in unincorporated Pierce County and then partnering with other jurisdictions and agencies. Mobile treatment continues to be an area of focus for me when I think about how I'm going to get treatment outside of the city limits of Tacoma, but I can't maybe open up a large facility that can do all the things. I can more quickly drive a RV that's designed for therapy into a community and provide stable treatment because it's not a one and done thing with substance use disorder or behavioral health supports. I continue to really just want to understand all of our crisis teams, and I still cannot figure out if there's overlap, if they're seeing the same people, if we're duplicating services, and we have millions on these different crisis teams, and they're all funded differently and organized and supervised by different agencies. And is that the best use of those dollars? Is it really getting to what we need? Which then brings me to my last point, which is case management. People slip into homelessness, they leave our jails, they're leaving our emergency rooms, they're leaving behavioral health services, and then they cycle back in because we don't have a coordinated case management system. And one of the things that counties through NACO really have highlighted as something that can significantly support not just the people, but the community and the county is if you have someone, a touch point, a case manager to support people who are in that cycle, because then they have somebody, no matter which door they walk in while they're in crisis, or even when they're not in crisis, they have somebody who's managing that, and my understanding is we don't have a case management system. Which I think would be helpful, so those are kind of my big ones. We will be working on the behavioral health improvement plan and also the, just mental health, behavioral health services in the county as part of, health and human services. Thank you.
Thank you. You brought up those subjects. I know that the, transition from jail to pilot program is going on. I really would like to see how doing with that. You know, what are the results? What are the things that are seeing? Because I think that program is where the future investment.
Thank you. Anything else in this chunk? And again, you come back to add sticky notes, and just talk to staff. I'm being told food is hot. Can we make it through public safety and then? Or
Food safety.
it's hot, okay.
It won't be that long.
That's a good point. It is cold in here. Okay. So I think we'll go ahead and go in. So I would like to ask if we can do kind of a working lunch to make sure that we have time. And so I'd like to ask, and I'm gonna look to my colleague. Could we pause, gather food, eat until noon? And then come back? Is 25 minutes enough to really, because eating and talking doesn't work?
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna be in recess for lunch till 12 o'clock. We'll come back and continue. Thank you. We are in recess. Good afternoon. It is 12 o'clock. Well, depending on which clock I'm looking at, it's 12:02 according to Apple. And we are back in session. I'm just gonna remind people that, especially if you're eating, to make sure you don't leave your mic on when eating. It's fun if you're on the other end, but, and we left off with behavioral health and we're headed into public safety. I just want to pause and make sure there wasn't anything in the last topics that didn't get quite covered or came to you while you were eating. Okay, so we're gonna kick off public safety, again, lumping. Public safety kind of stands alone, so we'll do public safety and see where people are in this category. Anybody wanna, the vice chair of public safety wanna start?
Sure.
Vice chair.
Yeah, got it. Well, I think on any type of survey across the county, public safety's been at either number one or top five for sure. So it's one of those things, I'm sure it's a priority for everybody. Part of getting that job done, is having a good workforce. And meeting our deputies and our correction officers and things like that. We've made moves in the past to try to bolster that up, but I don't think we're done there. One thing I did learn that everybody knows that Washington has the least per capita per officer per person in the state of Washington. Well, I found out that Pierce County is last in the state of Washington, or at least when it comes to deputies in unincorporated Pierce County. So we have the least amount of deputies per citizen, and that needs to change. Part of that is we also learned that the competition out there from other agencies is quite steep. And the environment of public safety and that job, it's a competitive area and money talks. And to get the best, brightest, to work for one of the best police departments, we need to be either the top or one of the top paying agencies. I think in the state to track that, to get the job done here in Pierce County. That the per capita deputy thing is really something that we need to bolster up. I mean, out there, Key Pen, you know that very, very, very well, and there's other areas of the county that needs that. So looking to expand that, really take a hard look at that as we move forward. To do that, we also we want to strengthen the law and justice system. You know, just as a general thing that we want to maintain that public safety and then effectively prosecute wrongdoers at the same time to keep our streets safe. Another thing I wanted to talk about is to strengthen a chronic nuisance ordinance. I know we have those already, but I'd like to bolster those a little bit more. There's many different avenues of that. We have soap and soda orders that we could use. Those are acronyms for stay out of drug areas, stay out of prostitution areas, but those things often change a lot, and it helps the tool for law enforcement officers to make sure an area doesn't get really, really bad. So it's a preventative maintenance of that. So that's what I have for right now. I'd love to hear what my colleagues have to say on public safety.
Thank you, Chair. I'm in total agreement with Councilmember Herrera and retaining efforts to achieve full staffing. I think perhaps it had been bragging rights that we didn't have to have that many out there, but times have changed and we're just seeing a lot more crime. So we do need to have that full staffing, as well as for our attorneys, the prosecuting attorney, so that she can do her job as well. There's a lot of I believe, unfunded mandates. We got to make sure to make it that for that office whole as well. And I believe there was something in here about creating a law and justice civilian oversight panel where we must have done that before. I don't think that we're in a position that we can stretch ourselves more at having another organization put together and funding that, or we're trying to manage that. There's plenty of things already that I think we're taking the time to work on. And there was some traffic stings, I guess I want to call it enforcement things that were going on, and those were very popular. I just know it happened in Frederickson, and I had constituents that were like, oh yeah, that was awesome. Because they were catching people, you know, I'm like, I'm going 5 over, I'm worried about getting pulled over. Well, these people are going 70, 80 or more in a 40 zone. I'm like, whoa. So, maintaining the staff that can do that and have those kinds of operations would be priorities for my district. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to share, one thing that would be helpful for me in just understanding public safety as its own bucket is how we define it. I know both, this year, but as I was campaigning last year and doorbelling, folks interpreted public safety differently. And so as I work with constituents, it'd be great to have, a council definition of what that is, and if something fits a little differently, to communicate that to the public. But regardless of that, I would like to see what we are doing or what can be done in the area of domestic violence. And also in the area of animal abuse. And I would say in terms of the civilian oversight panel, I know that's something that a lot of constituents in my district would like to see, as far as what does it mean to have us as representatives really give voice to the public. So I would advocate.
Thank you. Neighbor Robin.
Yes, I wanted to piggyback on a couple things that Vice Chair Herrera said, everything about hiring. I agree with one thing that we learned yesterday, and we've had conversations with both the sheriff department and guild representatives, is that one of our challenges is that our hiring process is really slow. And I think that's because they just don't have enough people doing the background checks, so that when an applicant, somebody who has passed the exam, applies to a number of agencies, including ours, they're getting offer letters from the other agencies like months before ours. And a lot of times, naturally, they feel like they need to accept something. They're not going to wait around forever, so they accept. So we are not even like in the game anymore. So expediting the hiring process, and both of those parties had some ideas that I thought were really, really interesting in order to better staff the background check hiring process portion of this whole issue. So that's something that I would like to put on here. I also wanted to talk about code enforcement. This is probably a longer discussion, so maybe we can find some time for that at some point coming up in the next couple of months. I don't think that this is complete here where it says public nuisance properties, code enforcement, all of that stuff. But it's a bigger discussion, because not only do I think that we have checked that box and that we have completed that type of work, I think we need to have a bigger conversation about code enforcement in general. That's one of the top things on my list this year. We have a ton of issues with code enforcement in my area. So I don't know if we need to add priorities or get rid of priorities and just look at the whole system, because I get a lot of concerns from communities and neighbors who are not feeling protected in their neighborhood, in their community, because there's enforcement, lack of enforcement. So I know that I've been talking to Mr. Kruger about talking to the department and the prosecutor's office. What can we do to enable, to better equip our code enforcement officers to enforce the code? So I would like that on there. And then finally, I don't know if this is a good one or not, but the unified radio system, now that we've got some new leadership at Southtown 911, at DEM coming as well, like to revisit that. I mean, it's not stopped, but I would like the county to really move forward as a partner in getting a unified radio system in Pierce County for our first responding agencies. Thanks.
I'm gonna piggyback on Rosie and Robin. I think that I definitely want to have a discussion about code enforcement in our priorities. particularly on, I know Rosie and I toured a couple of our facilities, so Dale. And I think that there's a important meaning to that. A lot of these are internal, but an emphasis on mental health support for our law enforcement and encouraging some of the use of that, because we have all these added burdens, we have all these added things, and I think that people's stress levels are really impacting sometimes the job. And it's a indirect way of tackling other issues. And so it's an unobtrusive way. And then also, yeah, but I think that Rosie's issue that she brought up are very relevant, echo both, so.
You,
No problem. I would like to know, kind of, and I know I've gone through a couple different budget cycles, but I'm still trying to figure out how we pay for public safety, where the funds come from. You know, we have a 1/10, a 1/10, whatever's out there that got rated by someone, some organization. We have multiple discussions about what the purpose of that was. But, you know, obviously, when you look at the courts, you look at public safety, that is 2/3 of what the county budget is spent on. And how we fund that, you know, whether it comes all out of general fund, or do we have any other funding sources out there? Because, yeah, I mean, for 30 years, that's all I ever heard was we have the lowest ratio of officers, deputies per population in the state of Washington. One of the challenges we have is there's so much unincorporated. So, you know, we'll talk about incorporation later, the need for that, but there again, at some point in time, once the new Sheriff Swank, with his feet underneath him, I would love for him to come and say, this is my priorities, and find out how he is doing. The emphasis patrols have been great, nothing but positive out of social media on those. The amount of tickets they've written, and this has been in collaboration, I think, on City of Bonnie Lakes, Police Department, Lakewood, a couple of the other jurisdictions have got together to do those emphasis patrols. I think it's great. So, you know, I would like to see more of those, so the public sees the effects of those emphasis patrols. I agree with code enforcement. I've got cases, as you know, in the city since I got here, for inaction. That is prosecutors and or enforcement or the health department. So I would like to see what's there, and I agree with Councilmember Herrera just saying that we need to make sure that they have the resources available. You know, that, you know, depending on how negotiations go, you know, we're gonna take a hit on that, but it is what it is. The 2.7 million in recruitment incentive, was that out of the general budget or was that in the ARPA funding? So that will come to an end at some point. Okay, so we'll need to make sure what the drawdown on that, you know, is gonna be, to make sure that we don't hit zero and go, okay, what do we do now? So with that, and I agree, as much as I like community involvement, there comes a point in time where they just need to do their job, not have another oversight organization staring them down. So I wouldn't be in favor of any further oversight. State mandates a lot of oversight on our law enforcement. So For me, maybe it's time to have an oversight over the courts to see what they're doing. But that's another subject for another day. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
This, I feel like this might be more appropriate for our committee and not necessarily the council. But knowing that, a big chunk of our funding and our risk and liability with law enforcement, we just have higher numbers there. I'm very curious of what the processes are after we encounter a big risk and have to manage a big risk, and what that does to training and how we can help correct. And I'll just say that's ignorance on my part, more of a learning process. But I do feel that that helps us work better with our constituents as far as telling the story of what services we can provide them.
Thank you, and I will add, and then people will understand. If somebody else has, I too am interested in the ombudsman's process. I don't know what it looks like, so it's something to maybe come back to. Couple of priorities of mine that overlap are domestic violence. I'm gonna add, when I say domestic violence, not just intimate partner domestic violence, but also family violence, where you have youth who are attacking family members or family members attacking youth out of frustration. And one of the things that I am very interested in trying to support this work, which would also help with juvenile justice, is a youth and family assessment center. It is one of the things that's come to exist in a lot of communities. It's kind of like our assessment centers that we had in the county, but with a focus on youth, so that a family could show up and drop by and go, hey, we are in crisis because we don't know how to handle our son or our daughter. Or we have a parent who has an STD problem and it's causing family strife, and they just need a crisis intervention. They don't need law enforcement, but law enforcement could be one of the tools to help. But at the time, they just need formal intervention and supportive services, and they're finding it's really reducing the number of youth that are entering the formal juvenile justice system and adults, because the family crisis gets solved before anything happens. So it's something I'm very interested in looking at, and then just juvenile justice and the future of Raven Hall. I really think we need to figure out what to do with that facility, with the land, long-term, thinking about how we deal with juvenile justice in the county. I can't tell you how many times I'm somewhere with NACO or other organizations and people know what we're doing here and are like, we are doing good work. It just gets frustrating because sometimes we hear in community that we're not. So it's one of the things I want to kind of keep working on, and it's going to be an area of focus for me. Other things? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. You're mentioning the Youth and Family Service Center type thing. It's very intriguing because something else that has come to my attention are children that are forced to go to a parent in a parenting plan, and the parent is abusing them. And in a manner that doesn't get to the light of day. And I don't know how that might figure into this, or even how we can affect that as a council versus what's in the judicial system. And bringing light to that would be a good thing. And then the Raymond Hall, absolutely. Yeah.
We've all seen the price tag predictions, so it's definitely something the county needs to do. Other items? Okay. So the next one is social justice and equity. There are only 3 items on this list, and they're just kind of all ongoing, but I think one of the things I'm just gonna, I had a thought in looking at this, is that really, I feel like social justice and equity is kind of built into all of these different policy areas. And so one of the things that I wonder about is not making it a standalone topic, but really as we build our priorities, as we go into kind of that next step, that we really are intentional about, is this something that's going to increase something on behalf of a marginalized community, of people of different ethnicity, ages, geographic equity, like, is it something that really is looking at social justice and equity instead of this small standalone item? Really, it's embedded. We do an equity note on all of our work. So we're already saying this is important and we're already tracking some of this information. So it's kind of built in. So just wanted to kind of set the groundwork that my brain starts to process instead of a standalone. It's really in everything, and maybe identifying things in each of our new priorities, what they end up being. Like, this one really is about an equity focus or a social justice focus, and like maybe it has like an asterisk next to it or some sort of symbol or something, so that we really are, and then we can look and go, we're not doing anything in housing that we've identified as a social justice or equity. That's a problem. Maybe we need to go back, or we're not really thinking about it. Or if there is an area that doesn't have anything, is there a way to bring that in, or is it just an area that we can't figure it out? So just some initial thoughts. Any?
I think I agree with you, Danny, on that. My point that I'd make on that is we can do that, and then, you know, but if it ever comes up that we're falling short in different areas, that I'd be, you know, interested in bringing it back. Now, and then mine is the second item, the Pierce County Business Accelerator Community Navigators have been really successful, particularly the Business Accelerator. And I think that with some of the funds that were supporting those programs going away, I think that it's a continued area of interest and priority for me to make sure that we continue those programs, because I think, you know, innovation, I think just the encouraging small business across the entrepreneurship is really, really important. And I'm interested in finding out ways that we can continue to support those programs and invest in those with different avenues, but still doing it with very focused.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a big believer in less is more, and if we were to eliminate that category, I would be, there's just so much to track as it is. But I did have the accelerator as something that I think should be moved out of the priorities or the role of the county, in that there are small business administrations, there's Department of Commerce, there are the foundations I've mentioned who are all about helping advance help with those that are feeling marginalized and whatnot. And so I think we have a very full plate of, on a scale of 1 to 10 of 10s, that are the priority of a government to protect the citizens and provide the framework so that they can shine. And so that's just the areas where I focus. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I do, for the record, do want to say, I believe that social justice and equity is a priority. I do like the idea of it being embedded in everything. And to be honest, I think every single one of these priorities intersect with one another and each other in different ways. And we can present it so, I mean, they're bucketed in this presentation, but we can talk about it intersectionally. In terms of social justice and equity, I like to think about this from a data perspective. And so really, when we talk about impacts to all residents, really being inclusive of how we talk about all residents, being inclusive of those, whether it's race, ethnicity, geography, gender, age, family dynamics. I think sometimes we forget that your traditional two-parent home is not the same home as a single parent home, and those also impact the way we go about doing our work. So I am in support of embedding this throughout from a very intentional and purposeful way. I'm more than happy to spend extra time on this.
Thank you.
I concur. I think this council and the previous council have done a lot of work in this area. And have it embedded within county, but in all the departments. If you look at equity and inclusion, I think there again, we're more aware of how things work, don't work. I'll have a reminder. You know, if you still need to work on, and that's done, whatever done, in those departments, but if we can do that in everything that we can do, that's fine. Concur with you about taking those blocks, removing, if you're here, having a priority. A general understanding that it all as we go forward. So that would be my opinion about the accelerator program. I think we'll touch base with that. In development on what pathway forward on that is good. So, thank you.
Thank you. Others? Well, I will add in this category, our intern did a really nice job of helping us think about our equity note. I think we need to actually do the work to modify the equity notes, which takes some council direction. So, otherwise that work and the work that finance did to kind of get this up and going is not honored. And I think there was some really good thinking in how to use that more thoughtfully. In areas where an equity note really is not impactful and ways to make them more impactful. So appreciate the thoughts on that and we'll keep working on it. Anything else on equity? Otherwise we'll go to youth and young adults.
I just, on the equity notes that are done, I appreciate them. I think they help clarify things. And so I do like the way they are. Thank you.
Thank you.
One more thing, I want to make sure that we don't lose sight of the 3 items that are in this bucket and that we find a home for them. And that we just explicitly call out any other priorities in any of the other buckets that can have an intersection.
And again, by collapsing or making the single priority go away, I have no way signaling that equity and social justice is not one of my top priorities. It should be embedded in everything we do. And it does show up in so many of these as you look through, like the business accelerator and economy and workforce. When you go back and look at some of the conversations around housing and homelessness, we have spoken of things that amplify equity and improve our social justice programs. So it's there. We just initially needed to call it out, and I think we've done a good job. So, youth and young adults is the next topic. And I can start if nobody's ready to jump in. One of the things that we did as a council is we identified, I believe through a resolution, top priorities for PASTA dollars, so that we were signaling what kind of RFP went out. I think that we need to check in on that timeline and determine if and when that is what we want to do again. And if there's anything that we need to change in the process. So it's just thinking about how to communicate with the Human Services Department on that. So that was one of the things, not a priority in our process, but I think it's important because one of our only funding sources for youth and young adult programming. We've spent a lot of time kind of debating what our priorities were in that space.
On the PASTA dollars, where the frustration is for the rural areas is because those dollars are collected within the transit system. And it's limited on where those are collected. However, all of the rural areas are basically mandated to patronize the businesses and programs that are within that area. And yet they have programs that would be highly beneficial for the students or the recipients or those who pay the tax in the urban areas. And I believe there was context shared in the past that the dollar should remain within the area and used by program facilitators within the taxing area. And I don't think that's equitable. A lot of the rural programs get to experiences that kids, I think, can learn a lot more about limits of what they can and can't do, or learning they can do more than they think they can, and learning responsibilities. It's just a different system. And I'd like to see us be able to expand somehow into using PASA dollars better for wholesome programs. And I think there was a mention, it may have been in the last one, about families, and there's a lot of single parent homes now. I'm just trying to think, like 40% are single parent women, if not higher. And there should be, that's kind of the glue of society is the family. And that should have a more focus on why are they breaking up? We can't fix everything, but that's something to pay attention to. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'm struggling to figure out if this may fall under youth and young adults or economy and workforce. I'm just gonna throw it out there. There are, in the world of youth education and into a workforce pathway, there are many services and programs out there, and they are highly underutilized. Washington State has some of the best scholarship packaging for education, yet it's just not used. And Pierce County is, no exception to that. And so I'm wondering what the county's role can be in ensuring that we are either promoting and enhancing things that are already out there in community. So it's not necessarily a huge fiscal note for us or attention note for us, but what is that role we play in promoting it? I do want to mention there is something that I came across just yesterday, actually, with an organization that has a governmental branch program. So whether it's county, city, special district, they are partnering with governmental branches around enhancing these pathways and opportunities to education and workforce. So I don't know how unique they might be in the state, but if we are able to really grab a landscape of what that looks like and start engaging in those government program opportunities for the betterment of the young adults, eventually economy and workforce, I would love to see what that may look like.
Others?
I wouldn't mind having a panel of like psychologists or psychiatrists to help or ask questions on what do youth really need today, what's lacking, what's happening that is affecting them. That might be like for an evening town hall or something, but also finding one that will talk, because when I've spoken to in the past doesn't want to talk because he's afraid of losing his license. So it's that issue. Thank you.
I think, this topic, I am inspired by, Danny, that you brought this important point up, that I think that a lot of these programs are meant for you, not as many opportunities for young people to participate in decisions or even conversations. I think that's, another thing that we could do, improve on, is just providing more forums or opportunities or positions that young people who are being affected by our policies have at least some input. Not saying that they have to have, fiduciary things, but it's just giving input and giving us some feedback on what's going on, how to best address it. Because I think that just like some of our other services that we have, the people who are impacted the most are people who have experienced those things, and they offer some good insight. So just something to do. Thanks.
Okay, and to piggyback on that, a youth council of some kind, has been kind of on my list, and then this is youth and young adults, so, we funded some internships. I think we did it in coordination with ARPA, but maybe some other funding sources, or maybe in partnership with some state dollars. And I think we did some for the county, but I think we also did some outside the county, so I just, internships as far as the public sector, getting people interested in actually working for county government or local government is, it serves us well to build the next workforce who will take care of me when I'm in my home somewhere, right? And managing our government, running our justice services and courts, the next elected leaders, like we need the policy staff, like that's all there. And then I think, Raymond Hall, like it's here, public safety, also thinking about all the social services to help families in crisis, families going through transitions, diversion, those types of things, because the investment while children and youth are young can pay or reduce the cost future years if we can help them when they're 25 years and younger. So it's an investment that saves us money.
Thank you, Chair. I just would comment on, hesitate on creating something, growing government with the Youth Advisory Commission, in that there are so many avenues that should be picking up on that. There's the 4-H program that has commissions. There's DECA in the high schools. There are other programs where the youth can engage and learn different government things. There are competitions for speeches and things like that, rather than growing this avenue and finding all these new things that have problems that need to be solved. And again, I think we need to leave that for the schools to do and for youth organizations to do, and the leadership, the Boy Scouts, different things like that, where they will learn gradually rather than try and take on an adult position without life experiences in creating a company. I wouldn't let a senior, be the CEO of an organization without going through the steps in life to garner that kind of experience. Thank you, Chair.
Others? Okay, doing good. So economy and workforce is the next one. I'll raise his hand first, so we'll
Okay.
go there.
All right. Good topic here. I'm gonna talk about the workforce and maybe an untapped workforce. I just met with the director of JBLM's Transition Assistant Program, which is a federal program that all soldiers, airmen, Navy personnel have to do. It's been around, I think, since 2019. And it is a place where they teach life skills on transitioning soldiers. JBLM is one of the best in the whole United States. Over 6,000 go through that program every day, or every year, excuse me. And they come from Bremerton, Bangor, and JBLM, and so forth. And 40% of those stay here in Washington State, even if they aren't from Washington State. That's a lot of workforce coming here. The reason why I contacted the TAP program, because there was a large business here asking me, how do I tap into that workforce? And I think as a county, we could have a better relationship with that program, with that workforce that is very, very diverse. And as we know, JBLM has been here for a long time and has helped diversify our people in Tacoma, and all kinds of people got here because of JBLM, and we want to continue that. So I think it's really important to tap that workforce and be closer connected to that. So just don't ever.
Thank you. I concur. The council member I now also is very interested in workforce development, so I think we should probably add that somewhere. Our schedule, because, that's what I hear all the time, talking to resource department to our private industry is they don't really need a skill worker as much as they need someone who knows how to show up on time, 5 days a week, and is teachable. And those transitioning out of the military have learned the process, procedure, and structure. You know, it was kind of like when I started out at McDonald's, I would always question why I had to do things. And I would always come back and say, one, because it teaches you that there is a process in everything you do. And, so, you know, my young mind was, you know, I could do it better. But in reality, there's systems in place that teach you certain soft skills that make you more employable in the future. And as we look to skill up in this county, we have to skill up in this county. One of the challenges Pierce County has, is the lowest when it comes to the AMI. You know, one of the things that pose a challenge when we develop affordable housing is they can go to Sonoma County, they can go to King County and get anywhere $300 to $400 one month based on the income. In this county, you know, we are where we're at, but we're trying to, you know, raise all ships as that line goes from the past president. And I think there again, we have a lot of work to do in this area, but working with our skill centers and our vocational schools, technical colleges, just to make sure that, you know, they're ready to go, workforce pencil, making sure that there are partnerships and everything that we do is vital. So, I think that, we move forward, and we'll discuss later on in our work plan, kind of the direction that we're going, just in the discussion of economic development, how to maximize that, and try to work towards of the green technology or technology period, that drives up so, think of something else sometime.
Just wanted to flag one thing. We know that the Port of Tacoma has the Maritime Skill Center that is hopefully going to be completed by, I want to say, summer 26. But I anticipate that that will have its own set of challenges as it comes up. So just keeping an eye out on this like really wonderful partnership that's taking place and such an economic driver that the port really is. But if there are any opportunities for us to engage in terms of whether it's in a leading position or a following position, considering that we have this great, I'm going to call it a pilot program. I know it's not a pilot program, but it's one of its kind in our district. And so it'd be great for us to really pave a path for this.
Two quick ones. I would like to add some language that we intentionally recruit and foster green industry as well as other industry that has good living wage jobs. And I would also like to add something about how we're going to increase opportunities for childcare throughout the county. Other areas?
Thank you, Chair. I'm okay, this might have to be a lobby for, at the state in the sense that hiring youth is quite an obstacle. And, minimum wage, if you're living at home and it doesn't pay out much to hire you for wages to be so high as if they're going to be living on their own. There's a burden on the business owner to pay those kinds of wages. And I think there's a lot of lost opportunities to be able to hire youth that could be learning things. And so I don't know if that is something we have to do at the state. Yeah, internships are good on that. I can agree with that. And getting on to the tourism aspect of this with the agriculture, there's a lot of discussions going on at the commission on how to define it, because there's pros and cons. And we need to bring in outside money into the state and have them move back here. That's, one great way that has good outcomes on that. The arts, I guess that's kind of a law. So I won't go there. But anyway, that the tourism part, because there's just a lot of possibilities on that. And I'm assuming, I know that there's a lot of work being done on the World Cup for next year. And those are fun things too. So it's like having fun stuff. Thank you.
I had the World Cup on my list too. So.
Maybe back on Rosie's thing, but calling out free apprenticeship in the third item, those are.
Thank you. Councilmember Patterson did bring up a subject that I'm going to pursue more and hopefully have to forward in childcare siting and looking at incentives. Because I think everyone, all my colleagues would say we're at a crisis. And I'm willing to look at reducing or zeroing out impact fees. I talked to one development and the cost of all the county requirements for siting fees. It's in a commercial area, but just the cost to do that is the ROI on it isn't there. So they have 3 or 4 childcare businesses that wanted to go there, but they just can't pull the trigger because of the cost. So and we need to have this discussion publicly. How we kind of looked at permitting to be able to run in the black. And I don't know if they've ever ran in the black to be self-supporting. So at what point in time do we go in there? I know there's other programs we've incentivized to reduce impact fees. I think we need to take a look at, is there a path forward to get more of the childcare facilities cited, appropriate to now. So I'm willing to look at back a little bit, just to get more of the childcare facilities up and running. Because I think it's a domino effect on my time. So I'll be looking at what I can do there. Agritourism, if you really want to do farms, you have got to give those farmers every tool that they could have in their toolbox. I just found out that Northwest Tract has glamping and short-term rental. I did not know that they had those. And I've been on the board for 4 years. And, when we start talking about taking away those kind of tools, agritourism, income that they need to maintain their farms. And so I will be real cautious moving forward with any eliminating any opportunities that the farms have to bring in income and still farm their property. So, that's one of the comments I have. Thank you.
Just to add on to that, with the ag tourism, is we have to preserve the farmer. Because if it's not viable to do what they do, because they're 24/7, 365 days a year. And, so we got to keep the farmers whole on that. And then the daycares, that's my knife in the side, because when I was at the state, I just saw regulation after regulation eliminating daycares. It was like deliberate. And so we should do anything that we can to let daycares do what daycares do. Trying to assume that, oh, we can't have this because it could hurt the child. Oh, it might do this, it might do that. A family or a neighborhood daycare that's been taking care of kids, or the Kool-Aid house where all the kids congregate. I don't think that it's proper to say, well, you have to have your window this far from the ground. And if not, you have to remodel, or you have to have pea gravel, and all of these different things are regulated out of business and through things that are not in common sense. And so I'd like to be a part of the conversations and making sure daycares can be in neighborhoods and affordable. So, thank you.
Thank you for that. Anything else? And World Cup is on my list only because of not just we just need to keep our eye on it and the impacts to our county, without planning and thoughtful, work around how not only to leverage the tourists that will be in our community, but there's also impacts to public safety, there's impacts to, traffic and congestion, there's human trafficking concerns, public health concerns, when we're talking about the number of people. So I just think at least for this year, planning for 2026, making sure that there's conversations around that. And I don't know if economic development is planning and could they give us something to add to that one or something different.
Something different. You
Okay.
keep going on.
Okay, thanks. I think we need to make sure that we're tracking that and intentional. And so we'll be done by 27, but we don't think about it now, it's too late.
I see Carrie Rooney's retiring, so I bet she'll maybe have some time to help, because she was part of the US Open.
Okay. Voluntold maybe? Pardon? Voluntold as opposed to volunteer? Okay.
She'll have all kinds of time being retired.
People say that, and then I see people and I'm like, it feels retirement. What do you do? So, yeah.
Thank you. Getting back to the business accelerator. Been in conversation with Betty Capistani in economic development on where that program goes. It has been very successful. We're now tracking, as you know, small business is a challenge, period. And now that we have about 3 years of data, the success pretty much tracks on the national level, as far as how many businesses are able to actually transition into a viable business instead of just a hobby. And, but what we're kind of looking at is trying to figure a handoff on that program through like the Tacoma Pierce County Economic Development group to that they could go through and support that program and fund it internally with mentors and private dollars, maybe with some of the county we can invest in it, but there again, due to the fact that we are going to run out of American Rescue Act money at some point in time, someone needs to take up that banner and continue with those cohorts and working with, the organizations that have put, individuals into that program. So we'll keep an eye on that and report back, if we have, any solid plan moving forward. So, kind of remember young days, not just gonna fall off the cliff. Too good of a place. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Other topics in economy, workforce? I think we have three left. So collaboration and supporting communities. Thoughts in this area? Robin?
Yeah, so the last one on page 9, that first section in regards to collaborating with WASDOT on litter. I would like some more information on how we are doing this because I do not see this happening. I don't see the results of it happening. So I would like to know what we're doing and be supportive of doing more. We get a lot of complaints about WASDOT properties. And the next page, it's about greater dialogue with the tribes. I really want to encourage us to do this. The tribes are super innovative. They're doing a lot of amazing things. They share a lot of the same goals we have. I think that they can be really helpful in moving things forward for us. So I think there's some really good collaborations. We can be helpful to them. They can be helpful to us with areas that we have shared interests. And then the last one, and I know probably Councilmember Morel and others will have more to say on this, but in regards to food insecurity, I like this idea of a coordinated response. I don't really see that happening right now. I almost feel like we need a food insecurity czar or something to really take a look at what's happening countywide and efficient, effective programming to improve supply and distribution. Really love what Stacy's doing in Dave's area.
Thank you. Other topics?
Just talking about a better dialogue with our tribes. We have 4 of them. And I would extend it a little farther with any means possible. Being in that community, they consider themselves as a nation. So if it's a council, that's fine. If it's one of their representatives, whatever the communication can be to get our communication to the tribes, I think is acceptable. Or, just demanding to be in front of their council and our council, I don't think is a good approach, just knowing how they work, how that works there. I hope that we can do that, so I guess that one.
Right.
I will echo Member Denson on the coordinated response to food insecurity. I think that with our senior programs and a lot of these, like this year alone, the aging disability services and some of these other senior advocacy groups are saying that the legislature doesn't have like 30 million plus for the budget this year, that it'll equal like a 40% reduction to our senior nutrition offerings. And so, just thinking about some of our most vulnerable populations as our seniors, I think that would be a really important and sense of urgency on this item. And I think in regards to the collaborate with or great dialogue with tribes, I echo Councilmember Herrera, because when we had the city of Fife, we did a couple direct council to council meetings, but we ran into issues like, couldn't be recorded, it has to be, in, certain their chambers, and then, a lot of the communications would have to be like the executive to the tribal chair, communication. So there's a little nuance on some of these discussions. But, and after a while, the scheduling did work, but it's just one of those things that it takes the relationship building and the emphasis on that. And then, but I think it's doable. It's just that we have to give it some time and then just be very intentional about it. but I think it's worthwhile. But just some of our rules sometimes will kind of hit a wall over there, so.
Thank you, Chair. I'm gonna focus on. Pick up my on the second page for collaboration for greenhouse gas reduction and such, I would ask that we look at the return on investment. I was on the one online conversation class, and granted it had technical difficulties, which I don't begrudge them for that. It just was one of those things, but the program was pretty benign on going through a bunch of slides on trying to explain the version of climate change. And it's something you could get on any YouTube. And I don't think there were very many people that were watching that. And I'm wondering, should there maybe be some kind of a nexus of how many people must be in attendance to keep a program ongoing that makes it a value and worth the dollars? Because if it's a matter of doing a YouTube and putting it up, then that can't be as expensive as having a couple of staff manning a Zoom with very few people on and discussing basics that are everywhere already. And not only that, in that most of the country, if not around, are not on the same course. And as we know, emissions go global, they don't just stay in Pierce County. There's not a border in the atmosphere here. And so I have to question the dollars invested for something that we know has not been reducing anyway. And I have to agree with Councilmember Jensen in the litter. I haven't seen the litter truck around, and I never did get an answer of where is it? Where's Waldo? Yeah, I think that I've seen a few places that should go, but a lot of it's on the highway, and I'd like, come on, state, pick it up. But I'll just stop at that for now. Oh, the regional transit service. And yeah, I think we're caught between a rock and a hard spot in having to have certain legislation for that. But when we have areas that are developing that also have to patronize the places that do collect the tax, like along 176, that I think could save a lot if we could have some kind of a transit runner. And I understand that Beyond the Borders has capacity to do it, but it's a matter of timing and picking up and dropping off. So makes it difficult. And then the floodplains, that's a very pricey project. And I always ask every year, I said, well, what does this look like in 50 years or 100 years? And it just seems it's just going to be buying up more land to take the water. And then where are the people going to go? And where's the farmland going to go? And so I just guess I would like to look at more solutions for that rather than just buying up land and letting it flood. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry. I'm just gonna throw a wrench in this whole thing, see how it lands. So in just going through the collaborations for communities bucket, a lot of this feels that it's basics of our job as government. And with a few administrative pieces. And so I'm wondering if maybe this bucket is one of those that can be deconstructed and moved into some of our other aligning buckets, with some exceptions around just what is best practices for our own current council makeup. And so things like continue leading and addressing that would be crisis through regional funding and supporting, like I see that as a substance use disorder bucket, right? And so I think we have an opportunity to kind of really tighten our language around our priorities and rearrange some work.
Yeah, as far as litter goes, if Amy, Councilmember Kruger, can appreciate says, I think the most effective litter control is Larry. Larry, the litter picker up. If you haven't been in unincorporated Pierce County, Larry, and you know more about Larry than I know.
Oh.
But He's got a van. He lives down by the river, I think, but, he and his team pick up more litter. I don't know how they're funded. I've stopped by and donated, but the guy is just incredible. This is what he does. And, you know, Councilman McCrewer, can you elaborate on Larry?
I honked at him the other day driving by. I hadn't seen him out for a while when he's out, but he lives in the Spanaway area and that's what he loves to do. And it gives him purpose. And I think that's kind of the key. And there are people that I've seen it on the neighborhood thing. Who's that guy? And yeah, stop, give him a 20, give him a 50. And, a good guy. It's just what he likes to do. His family helps him.
Get him to do a workshop. I mean.
Well, and part of the issues have been liability. And so they aren't gonna let just a bunch of people go out there and start picking this stuff up, although I miss the ability for folks to be able to volunteer because of liability.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm very grateful for what he does. And, so with that, yeah, we could figure that out. The other issue, is on the food insecurity. We had another ribbon cutting yesterday in the town of Wilkerson. So Executive Mello attended, it probably had 50 people who showed up for that. I mean, that was a great turnout. The weather, the clouds parted and it did not rain during that presentation. But it was really interesting to listen to some of the comments, both from the congressional delegation that was there, Congressman Schreier's office, and from Senator Murray's office with Dawn, is people are now are seeing that program as something that can be replicated. And you know, you talk about the senior population. There was when we did the South Prairie one, that locker opened up 3 or 4 weeks ago. There was an 87-year-old lady that commented to Casey that having that locker in her community, she felt that she was part of that system. She had no anxiety about using that locker. And she just told Stacy how grateful she is that it's in her community. She felt ownership of that. And she used to be the pie maker in Southbury. And she wants her daughters now taking over the pie business. She wants to sell pies. And she is just, you know, so grateful about that. But not that it's just, you know, good rich Northwest. I think there again, you are challenged, and I've seen this, when you're trying to recreate an industry that has been there for 100 years, you get pushback. You get people who are always trying to pull you off the ladder. And that's in any industry you go. But, you know, for me, I've always invested in the disruptors because I think innovation is the pathway forward. And with the law program, you will see it transition into commercial, where they are providing the farmer's market in the lockers. And Stacy will bring a program forward in the next probably 4 or 5 months that will really turn things on their head. And yesterday, the Cheney Foundation gave them $50,000 for just out of the blue. And just because they like the way that they're headed, they're using good business sense and they're using innovation and they're making a huge impact. And so, you know, you will hear all kinds of things about the rich Northwest, but there again, I think if you go to the communities where those lockers are located, you will get positive comments pertaining how they appreciate them in their community, especially in the rural community, where you have transportation problems, you have access problems. I always said that food banks are probably less undignified operating route that expect you to go in their time, when they're open, they don't care. They say that kind of bluntly, but, you know, if you're a single parent, you're not gonna get off work between 2 and 3 to go get the lockers change that concept, and I think it'll move into the colleges, contacted by UW now. And I think there again, Stacy will do slow growth in that area. But I think in the next 4 to 6 months, you will see how they can become self-supporting without government funding, which is what we want. So anyway, that being said, sorry, I got on my horse there.
I just want to say thank you, Councilmember Morrell, for expanding on the point of foundations and their mission at half of the millions of dollars that they have in funding viable projects like that. They have money. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're doing all this today to provide services to all different buckets across the area. But for the collaboration and supporting the communities, I think it's really important to support incorporation where it makes sense. Probably one of the reasons why we have the lowest deputies per capita is because of the density of some of our neighborhoods that should be cities. And providing those services are going to get harder. And our government isn't set up to be a city. So a collaborative effort to help incorporation where it makes sense, either delegations at the state to make King County did it 35 years ago. And, you know, as our new, as the density gets more, it's just going to get worse when it comes to that. So I think it's something that we should take a hard look at. I can think of 3 communities right now that should be 6. But take a look at that. So thank you.
Dave?
Yeah, and thanks, Councilmember Herrera, for bringing up. We're going to talk about incorporations. In my community, and I know in all communities, there is the opportunity to do some incorporation. I totally believe that Tahaway will incorporate the city at some point, because there's nothing they have to do infrastructure wise. Everything is modern, is new. So I think there again, some of my communities will become a natural, and with Sunrise, part of whatever South Hill looks like. But I think we need to try to come up with some incentives to get, you know, we can't, I can't remember a lot. City, whether Lakewood or Edgewood, 35 years. So to solve our problem, incorporations throughout the go and let local communities have their own government can make their own decisions instead of, the county. doing. So, you know, I don't think we're gonna get too far beyond South Hill and the holiday, but, who knows? And then start to figure out how to geographically make it work. We need to try and get that message out, on what we can do in those areas. Thank you.
I want to piggyback on that. I think that that's a great goal to promote incorporation where it's available and expand that to say promote incorporation and annexation. We just finished a comp plan. We took out areas that we did not feel or the city did not feel were appropriate to annex. So I think we need to do what we can do. And there's a few things happening now to encourage, promote, help the cities annex as well.
Echo, this annexation and the incorporations, because I think that State Department of Commerce has, you know, and previous members and a couple legislators have, you know, helped secure funding for like Browns Point and Dash Point right now to do that one is like a assessment to decide if it makes sense to form their own city. But, you know, I think that it's important to empower communities with information and some of those tools and incentives to, you know, support it if that is their choice. Because I think, again, definitely not trying to weigh in on whether how I feel about these things, but I think it's important that people have the information to know what potential benefits they could get from doing that. I think that as anyone who can watch this knows that the issues are getting more complicated, involving more money, and that, you know, we're limited in what we can do. And so, you know, empowering communities to make those choices themselves and then help them have tools to start out and get into those situations would be helpful. Because otherwise, you know, sometimes they're looking at the numbers and they just don't add up. But, you know, for public safety, from utilities to roads and things like that, I think it makes a lot of sense to look at that. And, you know, before it's been, oh yeah, you know, leave our roles so that we can pay for other things, focus on other things. But I think it's really more than just that. It's talking about how this is helpful and how to give them the best start that they can if they do choose to decide those things. So I think it's helpful.
Thank you for those comments, Councilmember Yonde, and I'm in agreement on that. For me, the main thing is full disclosure and knowledge of to be or not to be incorporated, and then it completely remains on the other people.
Are we going to talk about our infrastructure or? Not relevant? I would suggest we do it as part of infrastructure. Okay, so, great, thank you.
Which is the next topic, if we're ready. We're only like an hour and a half over schedule here, everybody, but again, the dialogue has been really, really good, so now I'm like, what else am I cutting? And, but I think this is really good dialogue, would be very helpful as we develop things.
I just have one, broadband expansion.
Okay. For infrastructure, did we switch to, okay, I was like collaborative support communities, though they do need broadband. Okay, so we moved to infrastructure, everybody. So broadband. I heard a requirement or request around parks. Dave, did you have something in mind?
Well, I just, yeah, I mean, obviously, we can all acknowledge that we've had problems with, project delivery, within parks. But, if I'm looking at, District 1, as, if we're truly gonna be a provider of regional parks, for me, I have trail system, which is considered a linear park. But other than taps, park, I got nothing. I don't have one ball field. I don't have any. And so, to know that those funds shifted around last budget cycle. But, we're looking at geographic equity. Keep on that one, going pretty hard. So. Willing to partner and collaborate with someone like cities, to try and get more, youth activity areas. But, think that, the population growth that I have in my area. Help.
Thank you. I wouldn't mind piggybacking on that as well, because I think I have fewer things even than Councilmember Morel's district. And I've been waiting for projects at Frontier Park, because that's like all we have out in that area. The schools have some great playgrounds, but I get it with the liability on keeping those open and with so much vandalism. But it seems it would behoove the county to really look deep into an infrastructure, kind of like what's in Renton, I think, over by the mall. It's a big sports complex because they draw so many functions that generate revenue for our businesses. And I know there was something that had been planned quite some time ago, but whatever happened, JBLM changed their mind because I believe there was some amazing property over by DuPont or something that they had the acreage near I-5 and all of the amenities, but it didn't happen. And that's unfortunate. So it wouldn't be a bad thing to work on planning on figuring something like that out, especially if maybe at my district. But if there's the challenge of getting to I-5, but we can build that cross-base highway. Thank you.
Just real quick, sake of time, I just want to continue to look at the street lighting program for unincorporated.
To offer up, community schoolyard projects and, that's for public lands and partnerships that can happen there to bring some more park and recreation spaces, to areas at home.
Other infrastructure is large.
You talked about, automated school speed zones. I want to make sure we're tracking Edgewood's success in that to make sure the revenue is there. And because I know for the first 2 years, it was pretty high, but then according to Chief Berry, things kind of flattened out. I know that we had a prosecutor or someone that like go through all those. It wasn't just, law enforcement taking a look at those tickets. We had to have someone in court, something or other, involved in that added to the cost of running that program. So I just want to make sure we're going into this eyes open, that we're not, okay, this is a great idea, but after about year 4, people become aware of it, and then it just doesn't generate, because I know they have to give the majority of that income to whatever operation. But I just, Edgewood is a great model to just double check on.
Data is available for a number of jurisdictions because they have to report it annually. And so that is something that was examined, and, perhaps if the council is interested in continuing to pursue this, that's something that we can get a report on. But there is a change, there's a change in driver behavior once folks become aware and acclimated to the fact that there's a camera there that can ticket them. It changes behavior, and that's really what it's intended to do, right? So people down in the speed zone. So you want We want the number of violators to drop, over time. That's success. The program.
I just wanted to bring up Canyon Road on this, looking at the dynamics of funding, and I believe the state budget is down 7 billion, something like that in its transportation. I don't know if it's biennium or the next 4 to 6 years. But knowing that projects are going to be very difficult, it seems that we should relook at Canyon Road getting to the port. That's just vital to the transportation system and the movement of goods and services. And it may be something, because it's been on the books, that we have a better chance of getting funding for that than maybe other things. And we know that transit's not coming anytime soon. And then looking at the plan for, I believe is that the light rail that is extending from the airport? And those plans are behemoth. I'll just say that. Thank you.
Thank you for those other topics under infrastructure. Well, it wouldn't be a meeting without me bringing up the ferry. So, I think we need to make sure we did the planning, we've got the numbers. We need to actually figure out what is our long-term plan for the ferry. We've done a lot of stakeholdering, but if we keep kicking it down the can and when we need to replace the ferry or a ferry dock, we don't have a plan. And so, really thinking about how we're going to do that. And then I think the other thing is kind of aligns with some of the comments I've heard around trash, but it's not actually trash. I have a lot of retaining walls along State Route 7. The county has some retaining walls. We did this mural project in kind of a couple places. I think if things look good, people treat the area better. And so if there was a way to turn some of those spaces, especially along Pacific Avenue and State Route 7, I don't know if there's retaining walls along Canyon so much, or Meridian, but State Route 7 is notorious. They're all over the place. And so would love to see us invest or partner and get work on those walls. It reduces tagging. It also just improves community spaces and reduces some of those other behaviors that we are always trying to avoid. And then continuing to work on implementation of the Vision Zero plan as those project ideas come out. How we make people safer? If we aren't going to be able to put cameras in our school zones, then what? How do we make it safe for young people and families to move about schools, especially in some of our areas where we have higher rates of speed out in the rural areas near schools, especially middle schools and high schools that sometimes get forgotten. But they're some of the most interesting drivers, and it's earlier in the day. And so just thinking about kind of how do we do that? But I know many of you work on that.
Yeah, I'm sure with that, also broadband. I think any of the, we need that extension. Get it out. More workers than all the way the mountain here. So, with that, the northbound part for fees for Alco County folks. You know, spring's coming. And just kind of curious to know on that. Whether
And Councilmember Morel, they have completed their, I've been in communication with the executive's office. They've completed their analysis within the executive's office. They expect to transmit it to the council within the next week or two. So they've been doing the work and they'll have a set of recommendations and considerations for the council. So that is actually moving.
I've been telling all my community members, the voting commission, that that's coming forward. Hopefully not getting out from my skis too far to say that they're not gonna agree to a fee structure that is different between Pierce County, King County, and, you know, whoever else. So
We'll see what the recommendations are that come back. They haven't released the recommendations. I can just tell you where it is in my thoughts, and that it's coming soon. So they've definitely been doing the work you requested, for the council requested.
okay, thank you.
And I'll remind you that we have the power to amend it if we don't like it, so.
I'll agree on the broadband issue, but it's like, can't there be like a group purchase of like Starlink or something to cover the county? That would just seem to solve everything. But, I'm wondering, are there any discussions on privatizing the ferries, or is that just out of the question? I don't know how that works. You're more versed on what gets discussed.
So, I know for the planning that we did with the community, the issue is that somebody would have to be the owner of the ferry, and a for-profit company coming in and buying the infrastructure from the county. And then the ferries themselves is a pretty tall lift without a huge increase on our rates, and charges for the ferry service. Is it possible? I suppose we could look into it. The impacts to the people that live on Anderson and Cook Island would be pretty catastrophic. So, but
Yeah,
yeah,
it's not a fun topic.
Yeah. so it'd be an interesting thing to look at, but we've never been approached. Nobody's looking at it and going, hey, we could make money out.
Yeah, the thing that comes to mind, right, is how so many people have said, hey, let's use McNeil Island for, certain purposes, but yet it's just too expensive to do that. Well, I guess I'm trying to look at the correlation here. We're doing it in one way, and yet for another way that would protect citizens for not. So I guess that's just kind of something to think about as we go through the year. Thank you.
And gave me inspiration. I thought we could do naming rights. Those away for commercial interest. I wanted to say on the school zone safety cameras that might be shooting myself in the foot, but I know that the city of Fife, one way to sell an idea to our residents is that all those proceeds from red light or school zone safety cameras goes into our traffic safety improvement fund that we dedicate to doing those new crosswalks, the flashing intersections, and different projects related to it. And so if we ever had to, I think it goes to general fund right now, the ones that are unincorporated, but, just if we ever needed that tool to use those, hey, it doesn't just go to general fund, it goes to improving safety around these intersections that are very dangerous, that's easier by people who are saying, hey, my money isn't just going to pet someone's pocket, it's going to improvement that makes things safer, so.
I wouldn't mind piggybacking on that a little bit in the sense that, if I recall, I think red light cameras of this nature gets farmed out to another organization, and I believe they keep 40 to 60% of the dollars. And if there was a local venue that could do that to return the dollars and funding different projects, would be awesome for that. But I just have a hard time when most of the money is going out elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Again, always one, you have sticky notes, and two, be back in the office and talk to staff, so. Okay. Environment and sustainability. Paul.
I'll be really fast. So, I just wanted to make sure, when it comes to environment and sustainability, that we prioritize culvert projects, that on creeks that support salmon, things like that. And then also the Chambers Dam removal, so we go with those two things.
Robin?
I'm supportive, very supportive of both of those things. I would like to look into giving our surface water management staff some sort of enforcement and finding authority when they come upon issues of water quality that, are enforcement related. I'll mention litter again. This one talks about public awareness program, and I know I have a lot of constituents that want to see some sort of marketing education campaign about for litter prevention. And then I would love to see added the conservation of 100,000 acres of land in the county.
Yes, we acknowledge.
I hope I get credit for that. I don't know if I want the credit for that actually.
Other topics?
Just to kind of bring everyone up to speed with the flood control district. We've got some real big issues. Surface water management. Trying to get some real leadership back onto that team that can begin direction. So, there will be executive board because of next week. We'll hear some of the decisions when not move the project forward. And we're sitting on a boatload of money. And it's nothing. So, we really need some help from engaging with the executive and getting the find out. Brandon, who's been put into that position, is a great guy, but trying to handle everything that needs to be done. He didn't even know he had to give the report. So we will be dealing with that, but there again, that's other revenue source we could use to really impact some of our fish bearing streams and corridors that we're not utilizing. So a lot of the cities are through our economic and opportunity grants, but again, challenge with any of these projects is that it goes through so many different permitting agencies in the tribes to get any waterway project done. So more to come on that. I just wanted to everyone forward. So, thank you.
Thank you for that. Other topics within this?
Yeah, I would just like to hear a report at some point or an email on the success of the Sea Pacer program. I don't know how many people signed up for, or how much it's benefited, or, was that valuable? And I just have concern with 100,000 acres. That's like Capitol Forest. Even so, the state's 65% forested, and to limit Pierce County, I think that's picking on Pierce County to carry a burden that it need not, that already has a lot that is forested. And the PDR and TDR programs, I don't know how that is really beneficial either. On that's taking, when you start distributing the value of the land out, then the land becomes worthless. And then what? And then we need to look at, will banks loan on that land? If someone that wants to build generational wealth on a piece of property, but we're taking the wealth away from it, what are we really doing in the long run? There are just some parameters that need to be looked at before taking apart the rights of a property that really probably shouldn't be removed from the property in the first place. And again, this talks about short-term rentals and supporting those and the benefit they provide.
Just one thought on environmental and sustainability. So, I'm from Denson. I have, some reoccurring, issues in it, related to code enforcement and, property owners who seem, that the current systems for, violations and, other rule breakings, they're extreme situations where people are like, well, we had, like Mike can verify that there's a couple of cases where, in the rural separator in my area, that there's a couple violations. And then they'll go out and then they have a stop work order out there and they tear it down, or they sell the property to someone else and then it's someone else's issue. And they're filling in to, water protected areas. And right now, the policies are, well, code enforcement, and then it gets referred out. But there's kinks in the system that these violators aren't being held accountable. And so it's leading to extreme frustrations and damage to the environment in these areas. And so just looking at those processes and trying to sort out, so that if someone is in violation and they're intentionally doing this over and over, is there little increased penalties or process to make sure that these ones are stopped? Because it's not just the accident, the accidental violation or the someone who just didn't know the rules, but it's people who are intentionally pushing it. And right now it's too slow and it's getting the intent of our policies aren't being met. So it's something that we should at least look at and see if we could, make some improvements to the current way of doing that.
And that came up earlier.
Yeah, one more thought, in being cautious about our enforcement abilities versus being an attorney kinds of things, where we have the courts to solve some issues, and it just gets a lot to where the public is almost thinking, well, it's the role of the county to defend all these things. And well, we set rules, but we have courts to enforce them. I just want to be cautious about giving impressions that, this is in your code, county, so you need to fix it. Where sometimes it could be a neighbor dispute over different things, and it's, just being cautious on that. Thank you.
One thing, and I'm not quite sure if it's a good fit for this or maybe something else. But I'm curious around what, the social environmental equity work of the health department really looks like across the county, and where they are seeing, opportunities for improvement that they need county support on. And so whether that is, green environment, whether that is infrastructure, whatever that looks like. It's some data that I think I'm missing in order to make a better direction or priority that can help in this space or maybe in another bucket.
If we can chat and try to understand what you're talking about, whether it's environmental impacts like due to climate change, so change like air quality, or are you talking about health outcomes in general? Oh, okay, we can chat and figure out where that goes, but I know they have some work in that space. Other topics under environment and sustainability?
I just want to also, on our representatives who sit on the health board, obviously we hear from you here. I think that, we need to get back with what is the plan. Also, the other issue is health department needs to follow up on their red tags. Make sure that codes are being followed. One thing is to hang a red tag on something and walk away. and ignore it, years, but I've got projects higher, red tag. For years. Nothing ever happens. So, if they're gonna go to the effort to red tag, they better go to the effort to watch. Not forget the rent. Not be bothered on the hustle property. So. Need more.
Wanting to expand a little bit on understanding the role of the health department, because it seems that over the years, there has been a mission creep where things just keep getting added on to what the health department is being responsible for, or hey, we got funding for this, so let's add this to our repertoire of things that we do. And I think we need to rein that in a little bit, when they're out doing health things. If it is a personal responsibility of someone for their health, I would like to see the government stay out of it more. It's a general category and it's not something that can really be discussed here, but they have a lot of authority on doing things, and it seems that if there's almost too many things for them to do them well, or to have the meaning that we need from that. So I wouldn't mind having some work sessions or of some sort in going over what they do, what they should do, what they are doing, what they could do, those kinds of things. I think would be beneficial. And, I think I have a red tag that's been ignored, but I would want to know. And I did happen to run into a septic guy yesterday and had a conversation, so we can discuss that another time. Thank you.
Thank you. Question, have we ever mapped? If I want to build a home in unincorporated Pierce County, from day one to occupancy, all the touch points required in unincorporated Pierce, and that's all, so we're talking state, I guess, federal, health department, do we actually have a map of what that, we did this with domestic violence, so I'm just wondering, we actually have that?
We've done that sort of thing in the past, for sure, sorry. Right, so, there's the issues you're talking about in terms of the permitting process. I think Councilman Morrell brought it up, and others have been challenging for 30 years, right? It's just an ongoing issue where the department struggles to keep up with activity when volume's high, and we're in, come into situations like today when revenues are low and there's issues. But yes, the department has done a ton of homework to kind of outline the process. There is no one size fits all kind of process. Every site is unique when it comes to development requirements. I mean, simple as whether you're on a septic system or you're on a sewer system. I mean, the rules are totally different to deal just with that one aspect of development, urban versus rural. And so yes, there have been kind of diagrams that have attempted to portray the process in which someone needs to follow to get a permit.
Just to tag on, I think the most recent diagram, it would be like the Erica, the workflow improvement project, which picked out certain types of permits and mapped the process. That's been done in the last, 12 to 18 months?
Yes.
So maybe that information might be helpful to the members to get a refresher on that. Another department did make a presentation. I just don't know if they went through the detail maybe that you're interested.
Well, and I guess for me, being able to advocate with the Board of Health, making sure that I'm knowledgeable about what I'm saying. So I've heard red tag 5 times, and when I really want to ask what it is, I also want a lot of time. So I'll ask someone after the meeting, but that's, things like that.
Just to add in kind of a description in that, an architect can design a home, but he isn't the one who built it. And so when they design that, the builder goes, you can't do that. It doesn't work. And so even though we can have a beautiful flow plan on how it should work, we almost need to hear individual stories of what happened when they went to the counter, when they made the phone call, when they submitted the plan, or when the inspection was supposed to be there. Because that reminded me when the gals from, I believe, Wilkerson were saying that in the health department, one guy said at the front door, the other guy said the back door. And so there's a lot of things that conflict. And so it's getting those kinds of things straightened out and bypassing rules that where maybe we're created to create jobs, I don't know. But, yeah.
Thank you. You, okay. Anything else in the category? Are you turning your mic on or off? Okay. Okay, we've been on it for a while, we are behind, and I wanna make sure, just a little bit. And so my thoughts are, we'll go back to member, district priorities next, so we're gonna pause for 10 minutes. So people can use the bathroom. We're gonna start with Councilmember Denson, because she actually did do a PowerPoint. We're gonna make her set up while we all take a break. Not as punishment, but to give you time. And then we'll kind of just go, I don't know, whoever wants to go after that, but that way we're not pausing. Does that make the most sense? And then I will, touch base and we'll let you know what else we're doing with the rest of the schedule. So we're gonna take a recess. I'm gonna look. So it's a 7-minute recess if we come back at 2 o'clock, which will be 1:09. Anyways. Are you on?
Yeah, we can stay till 7 and then we have another meeting.
We do, but they probably want to set up differently than.
This is fine. This is-
So we're gonna be in recess till 2 o'clock according to that clock, which will be 2:02 according to cell phone. So 2:02, we are recessed.
Are we ready?
I'm gonna call us back into order. The time is 2:03 according to one watch and 2:05 according to the other. We are gonna do district priorities. We set up to 10 minutes. Remembering many of you brought up district priorities as we were going through some of these areas as well. So if you've already said it, or if you just want to do a short thing, great. And I'm gonna challenge you all to be not 10 minutes. We'll just say that. So Robin, you're up.
All right, thank you, Chair. And to that point, I used AI after Hugh mentioned PowerPoint. So I thought I'd take a shot at it. I've never done a PowerPoint through AI. And I put in my list of council priorities that we just talked about, as well as my district priorities, and it kind of mixed them all up and grouped them, which was really cool and fascinating. But to that point, I should be able to go pretty quickly because we've covered a lot of it. And I just want to give the disclaimer that all of the pictures here were from AI. None of them are from my district. None of them are real. But I just thought them were kind of interesting and fun. So it was really, really neat. So I just left them in. Okay, next slide. Okay, so we've talked about a couple of these things that are important to me this year, and this is council staff development regulations. Here are a couple of the things that we will see this year from the executive's office and the department. Agritourism is a big deal in my district, as it is in others. And short-term regulations, that's something that we come as we get back to industry as well as neighborhoods with a lot of thoughtful work around, and we're looking forward to the department doing that. Next slide. Okay, code enforcement, something else. I'm so excited to work with all of you on code enforcement, because it sounds like it is a shared priority. We got the current status, a lot of frustration out there. Again, to Councilmember Yamby's point, when people are making mistakes or they just didn't know, our code enforcement officers are really good at educating and helping people through the process. But when people are taking advantage and not following codes and damaging neighborhoods and communities, that's where we really want to have some teeth around our enforcement. Code enforcement is coming to the CDEC committee on May 19th, so I'm looking forward to hearing from them how things are going. Really want their input, their ideas. How can we help them do their job even better? I know they're working as hard as they can, but I think there's some things that we can do to help, and that's where the implementation and some new legislation will come shortly, hopefully after May 19th. Next slide. Public health. I mentioned what we want to do with fentanyl work, with our opioid abatement council, with all of your districts. If you're interested in being involved, and we certainly hope that you will be. Suicide prevention is similar. It's a big issue in my area. We last I heard, our school district had the highest rate of suicide. I don't know if that's still true. That was like a number from maybe 2 years ago, but it's still happening. It's also happening on our Tacoma Narrows Bridge. Apparently, is a destination, which is not something that we want it to be. So we're doing some intentional work around that. Nicole has a lot of expertise in this area, a lot of knowledge. So she's leading that. And then homelessness, something I know that we are all intent on working on together. Next slide. Infrastructure, unified radio system. I mentioned we are very, very excited to move forward with some kind of new fresh looks at that to make sure that we are able to respond to emergencies and work together to be efficient and keep people safe. Broadband, we mentioned as a district priority, keep Peninsula broadband. I just like to throw out numbers. So my goal is an additional 1,000 addresses. This is above and beyond what we're already contracted for. I just like to shoot a goal high, and we'll see what we get. I know we have some BEAD applications in, so that's good. And I'm also talking to like Kitsap and Mason counties that have their own public utility districts. We're just looking at all sorts of different options. Starlink, I mean, I'm not opposed to looking at anything. Emergency egress route is another thing important to my district. On the South KP, there is one way out, and often, even now, that road is blocked with a tree coming down or a fatality accident, blocked for hours. People can't get in and out. So we're looking to address that. Next slide. Transportation, traffic calming. I didn't mention this in infrastructure, but this is something we're doing a lot of in my district. Whether it is in Key Center, where we're putting in a traffic table, which is kind of a long speed bump where people can go like 35 miles over, and that's fine, but not a lot faster. We're also just doing some things in some neighborhoods that are arterials. They're like people are using as cut throughs, and there's lots of kids, and we want to slow people down. Rural transportation, a big frustration for me. We put $600,000 in last budget for a project in my district, in Dave's district, and in Paul's district. The RFP went out, it came back, now we're waiting for it to go out again. I'm really excited to put something in place, hopefully this year, but also in the budget, I want to continue that for the next couple of years. And maybe we need to look at beyond the borders. Maybe we need to look at how much we're spending and what that's, and maybe just take a fresh look. If we have the same dollars, is there a more effective way of providing transportation in our rural areas? And then we talked about annexation and incorporation. In my area, in Gig Harbor, we're already working, and the department is working on some interlocal agreement discussions about how we can work better together in our urban growth area to encourage annexation and just make it better for the city, make it better for us. Next slide. Fox Island, these are again, just ideas that AI came up with. The futuristic Fox Island, I don't want to get anybody too excited or scared. We're making great progress. There is a open house on April 8th to talk about 3 alternatives, not these 3, I imagine, but 3 alternatives. And then our in-district meeting will talk specifically about feedback and we'll talk a lot more on June 2nd about the next slide. Pretty Spit, this is kind of another dream project of mine. As you know, the Pretty Spit is between the Gig Harbor Peninsula and the Key Peninsula. It's an awesome beach. It's super well used. Neither park district on either side of the spit will lay claim to it. It's a county park, and the road is a state road. So it's kind of a complicated situation, but this would be a huge win if I could do anything. And the community, all they want is like safe access, because people have to like crawl down rocks to get to it. Maybe a bathroom other than like the one porta potty at the end, things like that. So again, this is kind of me shooting for the stars of trying to get this done while I am representing District 7. Next slide. On other environmental initiatives, we talked a lot about litter reduction. The community really wants to see some intentional marketing and education. That's what I'm hearing. Parks, I'd really like to take a look at all of our park properties and how they are protected into the future with conservation easements and kind of how we plan to preserve this for the benefit of Pierce County residents forever and ever. And then you all know that green jobs, green industry, and intentional look at that is important to me. Next slide. Land conservation, Dave is super excited to conserve 500,000 acres of land in Pierce County. Did you not hear me? He's not paying attention to me.
He's reading.
I want to be done for this up to 100,000 acre goals. I just put a couple of points here. We're already kind of making some efforts, good faith efforts. This is that DNR property that we submitted the letter about a few weeks ago. This is just a reminder that we don't have to do it all ourselves. We can look and collaborate with like the Nisqually Land Trust. There's a new Puyallup Land Trust starting. There's park districts that are working on conserving property. How can we support others as well? Next slide. And that is all.
Thank you for setting the bar exceptionally high. But it was 7 minutes. Okay, 7 minutes for District 7. Well, I was going to you next.
On the back of the map.
You know, I honestly got word from students like this, and I would have to decide if I was going to accept it. So am I reading this?
So I'll go.
Okay, but thank you. I appreciate the effort.
I just wanted to.
But at least give you a B.
Yeah, I'll follow Councilman.
Let's turn your mic on and.
Oh, okay. My issues are kind of numerous, but I'll try and condense everything down. One of my main issues is going to be parks. As I said earlier, I am still interested in the county partnering with Cascade Water for the Bloom Trail. I am going to be working with Commerce and the executive to try and get some of the housing requirements lowered for some of my jurisdictions that do not have the capacity to meet those comp plan numbers. I think that there again, some of the requirements are too onerous. There's some of my small towns that have a population of 500 or less. So economic development will be a big one. I just want to make sure that all of my towns are collaborating. They're working with their developers and their community, and they're listening to innovators out there that need space. Public safety is a big thing. Patrols, visibility out there. We need to have more officers visible through my communities. The other issue is within school zones, trying to work with PPW to expedite some of the safety issues that we have. You know, we have some of the programs that have sidewalks, but it just, for whatever reason, it just takes forever to get signage out there, to you know, get flashing beacons, which has escalated cost than what they were 5 years ago. So I'll be working on that. I have a little ski resort called Crystal Mountain that is in Pierce County, and a couple of our team, Kruger, we met with them. They're looking at making a $200 million investment in that resort. If they need the county's help, they need the state's help. So we're working on a myriad of issues, from siting their cold storage facility to their central distribution, and then their workforce housing. So that'll be a big issue for me. My airports, excuse me, the airports, both Sun and Narrows, continue to work on the next gen aviation projects at both airports. I'll be looking at the leases that the county has under the FAA, see if we can make them more, how should we say, a better investment for people who want to invest in hangars. If anyone knows, when you build on an airport, you basically leasing the property. You build the hangar, you're given a lease agreement that lasts, let's say, 30 years. If they don't renew that lease agreement, county owns the hangar. And they just, you know, the ROI on that is pretty low. And that's why we don't get a lot of investments in our airport. So we're going to take a look at that. The other thing is trying to secure funding for sewer and water projects for my smaller jurisdictions. Continually working on that, both state and federal. And then, as most of you know, waiting to see what the PILT report comes back. For all rural fire departments, that is important. And also looking at DEM to change the ambulance personnel that Pierce County has. They have a very high bar that you have to be okay, yeah. The medical program director of DEM sets the county protocol for ambulance personnel, and this is the problem we have with Buckley. Pierce County's protocol requires a paramedic to be included in the ambulance personnel, with a higher certification requirement than an EMT. King County goes with an RCW that only requires an EMT. Their ambulance teams don't meet Pierce County's protocol, thus can't respond outside of King County. So that's why Enumclaw doesn't respond to Crystal Mountain, Rainwater, or any of the other jurisdictions. They can't. So I need to take a look at the rationale on that, because the majority of your fire departments, eastern just have EMTs. And, So I want to dig into that a little bit more. So, I think that's, I'll be looking at the child, daycare issue. And, then, yeah, I think that's pretty much most of the issue. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Rosie, you ready to go? And we'll finish that end of the table.
These are some high bars, and I'm not sure where I'm gonna land on this, but here we go. I'll start with, I have a lot of incorporated spaces in my district, and so this makes this share out just a little entertaining for myself, because a lot of it is those relationships with our city council members in, Burcrest, and Tacoma. So things that have come up as areas of interest, relate a lot to, safety. And so excuse me, there's a scope of work, happening around juvenile justice and justice involved youth, and what it looks like from the prevention side, and who are the partners that need to be involved in that space. And so, there is some work that stems from some research that, is from, I want to say Newark. And so Tacoma Community College is currently leading that space, those conversational spaces around what does a, local regional approach to juvenile justice and preventative strategies really look like. So we have everything from law enforcement, nonprofit organizations, education organizations, parks, and other such services. This has been in the works for a couple of years, but it's just now really taking off, in that community is kind of owning that one. Another is definitions around childcare. So in the after-school space, we have a discrepancy between what the school time regulations look like and the after-school time regulations, which then poses challenges for those that are offering after-school services at some of our schools. So a lot of this is it's state level work, but it's related to OSPI and DCYF and aligning some of that language. I will say a little out of my district, but I hope to talk to Councilmember Yongo about this. There was some initial work around what does it mean to invest in the Hosmer area. This is stuff that I'm bringing in from my last elected role, specifically in partnership with the Sun Alliance Community Organization. There was work and effort through Parks Tacoma around the feasibility of a community center in that space. And so Parks Tacoma received some funding to explore that feasibility. I don't know what this year's legislative funding process looks like, so there's still some information we need to figure out there. But the exploratory phases of that have begun. Other aspects along safety, we are dealing with reduced funding, specific to Tacoma, especially in our Hope and Heal team. So this is partnership with the fire department and Tacoma PD around their response to those that are unhoused, and if there are any safety concerns. They also bring in, I think it's the Hope team, that brings in a social worker with them, but due to funding cuts, that may not happen. So intervention points there is something that I'm trying to explore with them. Shelter beds I mentioned before, the education access and workforce space I mentioned before, and I would say lastly, City of University Place, there is deep commitments on commerce and just building small businesses. And so we're exploring what does that look like with county and city leadership and how we can bring in more small business into the space.
Thank you. Brian, are you ready?
So a couple things, that we are focused and working on, economic development and like small business support and bringing together, in building partnerships with our small business community. There's many different diverse, small business associations and stuff that I think that are important to get on the same page. And traffic safety and transportation is, a fairly large issue that's popping up in various neighborhoods across the district. Including there's a lot of need for, reliable transit access, lots of traffic calming, related, requests, and that's gonna be a focus. Things to even like the signage, for this various different issues, and then, you know, and some improvement on pedestrian crossings and discussion about how to make routes to school safer. And then a bunch of things are like impacts from larger projects that are happening that are causing some additional strains on other, more quiet roads that, weren't thoroughfares until now. Public safety, there's been some inquiries about like our crisis response and preparing with law enforcement. So we're just looking at improving partnerships and trying to make sure that we have, the necessary supports to do those jobs. Youth interventions, and building relationships and further trust with law enforcement. There are some issues about the comp plan implementation, so we're just trying to make sure that people are educated about what changes are coming and how those will fit, within the different, community associations and areas. Health equity, the nutrition issues and food insecurity issues in our district are pretty, numerous, and so, addressing that. Housing homelessness, the housing supply, I think that's an issue that I'm gonna be looking into. And, continued, support for, you know, cost burns of relief or, evictions, because 45% of my, district are renters. More supports for the on-the-ground providers who are doing some of this day in, day out work. So that's big, focus. So those are my areas. Sorry, I don't have a PowerPoint there, but next time.
We're all gonna say next time. Thank you, Chair. I think we all kind of have the same kinds of constituents that are concerned with things. I want to focus on like Frontier Park and the Pierce County Fair. That's like one of the only places that we have in the in my district that where people gather, they've got the trails and events and places that they can be reserved. And the fair is one of the family events that it's a county fair, and I believe it's in code, and making sure that that gets supported. It's, I wish we could get the carnival rides, but can't find those who do that work anymore, which is unfortunate since the virus hit. And so that is kind of a big part of the district. And public safety, of course, you've got some of the neighborhoods where there's somebody speeding down the street, but it's kind of difficult to do things when there's only like one person, the same one doing it. But I appreciate with the public safety going out with, what do they call it, special emphasis patrols that. And also for funding the prosecutor, I think that's important for our district as well as everywhere. The economic development, Frederickson is a big part of the county in generating, and plans have been made for that years ago. And I think it's important that we keep stability and that they know what's coming, predictability in the codes so that they can continue to invest. The community events that counties have in different districts, they're just as important in my district as well, protecting the farmer. And youth violence, I know it exists, and there is a particular area in the district where it seems to bring out, but I'd like to see the availability of making sure the programs that support value, learning things more than just socializing, that they're getting skills and believing in themselves that they can develop. And what's difficult in the rural areas is when you have a business that wants to expand, there's really nowhere to go. There are no buildings. The land is too expensive. They don't pencil out. I have a situation where there is a business that kind of started on a string and it has grown, and the constituents are rather devastated that this place is not in operation at the moment. And even though they may look for somewhere else to relocate, there's nowhere to go. And that has a lot to do with, I would say, the zoning codes and such as that. The supporting the forest industry, the ability of maximizing returns on what we harvest and what we don't is, they work hand in hand, and we have great practices that protect the ecosystem services on the land that we preserve, and yet be able to harvest in a manner that keeps everything in balance, and it keeps jobs, and it also provides for products that keep families in business. And that would be, I kind of had the themes: affordability, responsibility, accountability, independence, common sense, authority, jurisdiction, and proper role of lawmakers, and how we kind of look over our priorities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mentioned some of these as we talked earlier, but my number one priority is our public safety. Talked about keeping our incentives or increasing our incentives to get the best and brightest deputies. We have to have a good base to enforce the laws that are here. I'm still pinpointing on chronic nuisance ordinance to enhance that, to give the tools for public safety to get ahead of properties that are continually having drug use, property crimes, and prostitution areas, maybe using the soap and soda orders, combating drug and opiate epidemic, while providing help for those struggling for addiction. We want to maintain those, but we also want to hold those folks accountable for their actions. On the homeless issue, zero, I think Councilmember Morrell talked about this. I had this on my also zero homelessness veterans out there. We want to put that on top of what we're already doing, make that on top of the stack for zero homeless veterans. On the environmental stewardship, I've talked about the culverts. I only have a few in my district, but what happens upstream affects downstream. So it's one of my priorities is to fund those culvert projects. And of course, economic development. We want to continue those good paying jobs. For the stats, over 40% to 42% of the workers in Pierce County work outside of Pierce County and want jobs here because they have to drive on our roads to get to those jobs, and it's terrible. When it comes to the parks, I'm still looking to promote the continued development of the Foothills Trail, and also on the economic development part, talked about the annexation and corporation. Thank you.
I inadvertently left out one thing. It's lake health in our water. The recreation is big on that, on the lakes, and we got problems. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have 5 kind of infrastructure type things that are related to my district. So the ferry, no one's surprised. Sprinker has some projects planned. The sewer project that's impacting Spanaway Loop is an interesting topic. The Parkland Trail, and then the Lakewood Community Center, which is in Lakewood, but is a county facility and is in dire need of supports. And I think that having a conversation about the future of that building and really why the county is funding a building inside an incorporated city. And so starting that conversation as a county and a council about how that works and working with Lakewood is the hope. I have 2 donut holes when we talk about incorporation or annexation. It's stuck between Lakewood and Steilacoom that really struggle. They're almost completely residential. So there isn't any chance of them incorporating, so they really do need to be annexed. But there hasn't been invested in investment, just like many of the other areas closer to your smaller cities and towns. And so the infrastructure isn't there, so the ask, so as we think about some of those other areas, I think it'd be an interesting process of the county really going, how do we get cities and towns that have areas that are within our UGA to annex those donut holes or slivers or whatever, and what might it take? For me, the ideas around some of our housing goals, I know are gonna hit Parkland, hard. There's a lot of changes where we have been really intentional. Transit is there. It's right next to an area, and I just want to really make sure that we're putting people at the core of that work, that we aren't, we're thoughtful about the displacement that could happen if we're not intentional as we're thinking about the redevelopment in the Parkland area. That we can see coming, and then, public safety. And then working with our, other law enforcement areas where we have shared borders. I think when we think about public safety, we've seen some evidence that our sheriff is willing to work with other law enforcement agencies. Maybe that's a theme that we look at, working with WASDOT on Pacific Avenue and State Route 7, or watching 512, working with Lakewood in that in-between area, looking with Tacoma and Hosmer, of really how can we work together to address some of the public safety issues that are crossing our boundaries, instead of working in silos and kind of trying to share the wealth. And then the rest of my stuff has come up in the rest of my comments, but Carrie's on there. So well done. Way less than 10 minutes, everybody. So you did an excellent job. And I'm excited to try and get AI to make the PowerPoint for me now. Did anyone think of something they wanted to add before we shift? Okay. So, the next part was initial thoughts on the budget, which was supposed to be from 1 to 2. So here we go. And again, we are going to spend a lot of time on this. So this is what we'll call, what my husband used to call surface tricks. Like, this is just the surface level initial thinking. If there's things you don't understand, especially for new members, or former members or current members, we'll come back and deep dive into questions, because if you remember the calendar, there's a lot of spots for budget. So, but we'll go from there.
So when it comes to the budget, I just want to have a clear line, because I've only been here 2 years also, and only know a budget through ARPA funds. How we have to look at the reality of the face and prioritize what we have moving forward. So I'd love to see that a big thick line between our formal budget and then ARPA plus ups as we move forward, and really talk about it. So the public is not shocked something ends, but that's what I got.
Excellent point. And I don't know what kind of messaging is out there around some of the programs. We know the funding goes till 2026, but I don't know which projects were intentionally funded past 2025 as we think we'll have funding. So it'd be something to do maybe at a COW, really do a deep dive into the ARPA funding, and because we did a lot of work around that the last 2 years of tracking that. And I know the finance team is tracking that very carefully. So, Mr. Boki?
Thank you very much, Chair Hitchin, Paul Oakey, council staff, and we will discuss that when we come to some of the considerations. And I do have some notes, but I want to be careful of the time. So if we go to the next slide, this is our budget process, and the step one in this case will actually be the council retreat, which you have now scheduled for preliminarily for June. Looking at Mr. Taylor on that. Then the executive drafts a proposed budget. Budget deliberations begin on the exec side soon. They'll get there, and just to move that maybe one of the cows can speak to how that process works, because we have a new executive, maybe a little bit different. Step 3 is on or about September 23rd. We should receive the budget from the executive. That would include not just the budget book, the budget ordinance, as well as a number of other ordinances that the ad valorums that were mentioned earlier. There are now 3 of those. There are a number of fee ordinances at any given time, and now that we do a 2-year budget, almost all the fee ordinances seem to come up, so you could expect maybe as many as 5 or 6. There's also all the capital items that you need to deal with in the fall. So on September 4th, or step 4, excuse me, the council holds a series of retreats and committees of the whole meetings to gather more information from departments and development amendments, and you'll actually speak to this at the end, I think, when you have your discussion. Last time around, we did it a little bit differently. We actually had the departments come up first, make their presentations, and then you went into retreats, asked more questions, gave your thoughts. We started working, as staff started working on amendments, and we can always bring folks back. Step 5 is you hold the public hearings and you take actions on amendments. Step 6 is the council approves the budget. The budget must be passed 30 days prior to year end. Right now, the preliminary plan is to have that done on the Tuesday prior to Thanksgiving, which has been the traditional time we do that. Step 7 is once the council has approved the budget, it's sent to the executive to sign, and hopefully he signs it without vetoing it. So we've had 1 budget veto, but that was a supplemental, correct, last year. So next, here is the preliminary draft budget schedule. So in June, budget retreat, I believe that's June 5th. Yeah. That's when you will establish your council priorities. We also have in the back of this packet, you'll see, I'll leave that up to the council, but in the past, the council has done a resolution publicly expressing what your priorities are. We'll get those to the executive. I really do want to stress that this is a very important meeting for all the members. I always like to tell people the best place to be when you want something is to have it in the exec's budget, right? Because after that, we're finding the money. We're finding the ways to do it. We're trying to maneuver the provisos and various things like that. Council's responsible for the budget, and we can certainly do that. But it's much easier if it's already embedded in the budget. And we've actually had, over the years, an amazing amount of cooperation on a number of items when it comes to what members want. If you express those early in the game, the earlier the better, right? And so that meeting, that's when you want to talk about your council priorities and not just the big priorities, but your district priorities as well. And then we've discussed that executive delivers the proposed budget. He is required to do so 100 days before year end by the charter. We're expecting on Thursday, October 2nd, that the finance department will provide an overview of the budget. We will also receive a number of documents, right, the decision packages from the executive, really kind of giving us an idea of everything that's in that budget. The first set of committees of the whole, where we'll have the departments, will be on October 9th, 10th, 16th, and 17th. Plan right now is to have budget retreats on the 23rd and 24th. That's where we discuss what you know about the budget to date, what you heard at those committees in the whole. We then have committees of the whole on November 6th, November 7th, November 13th, and November 14th. The idea being there, we'll actually start taking up amendments, but remember, we have a number of other items. Last time, the fee ordinances, a number of the fee ordinances went to what we call the committee of jurisdiction. So things like jail rate fees went to public safety, parks fees went to whatever that committee is now called, environmental sustainability and whatever. And that seemed to work well, but again, that is it just depends on how much traffic we have when when we get to that, the idea of having those blackout periods, of course, is that we don't have too much traffic, but sometimes we do. And when you talk about your committee stuff later, how to work with those, the flexibility of those. Sometimes chairs like to go from the committee of jurisdiction to the cow, the final, we've done that. Sometimes they'll just go committee of jurisdiction to final, and then you can final things as early as the 18th. Plan is to do the budget on the 18th and the 25th. You have quite a bit of flexibility. And that'll also be put into a resolution as we finalize that, and that should be coming fairly soon, next month or two. Next. So here's the June budget retreat, and I already spoke to this. The council will look at current economic conditions and budget assumptions. Hopefully by then, the executive will be able to provide us with what they're looking at. And we'll discuss some of the items that are out there still floating around that are going to have an impact. Discuss budget priorities. You may produce a resolution to identify those priorities. District priorities. Ask you, community needs grant program is currently scheduled for council consideration. And I brought information on that today, and I can speak to that. But in the interest of time, perhaps as this comes up, we can begin to discuss it. I'll be glad to discuss it with each individual member on how that plan will work. I mean, you discussed it last time on budget. This is really formalizing that. A lot of your district requests can come to that. Please. Budget considerations. So I have 2 pages of cautions, considerations, and I could talk about it for a while. The general fund is structurally unbalanced. The executive has mentioned this publicly. What does structural imbalance mean? In Paul's mind, structural imbalance means when you actually write out the budget, here's how many people we want to have, and I'm talking mainly about the general fund in this case. You say we want to have this many sheriff's deputies, we got to run the jail, we got to run the prosecuting attorney's office, this is what we have, this is what we'd like to do from a service standpoint, providing public services to everybody in the county. How much is that going to cost? And when you come up with that number, in the current 2-year budget's the same thing. We are using fund balance to make that thing balance with what we expect in revenues. Now, I would tell you, the 2023 ended up being very good from a standpoint. We thought we would show a deficit. We did not. But a lot of that is because we continually have so many positions open. A lot of salary savings. We also had some one-time monies, and I'll also talk about that when I get into cautions later, or actually down here a little farther. Remember, we have annual cost of living adjustments for employees. The non-rep COLAs, which you're asked to vote on every 2 years or every year, based upon the inflation rate. Usually what we have in the Seattle Tacoma, that is a published number every 2 months. It has fallen. And I think it's now below 4% in the Seattle Tacoma area for the last 12 months. So we'll see where it goes at the end of June, which has typically been the benchmark. So, you know, there'll be less pressure on that. You do have at least two big outstanding collective bargaining agreements. Both the sheriff's, Deputy Sheriff's Guild and the Corrections Deputies Guild contracts came due on the 1st of January 2024. They're out there. They're still in discussions. I think they're in mediation now. They're arbitration eligible also. Hopefully, when the budget comes to you, you will know those numbers, because those are critical numbers. There are almost 500 people in those two guilds, approaching 500 people. And it's a big deal. and it's expensive, and they offer almost every dollar is general fund dollars. So very, very important contracts. You also have, I think, every contract, every other contract comes up at the end of this year. And those are in negotiations, and we'll see how those go. That's like 20 other contracts, like varying size. So keep in mind those collective bargaining agreements out there, benefit and insurance cost increases. We are split in some proportion between a number of the departments have the Teamsters Health Trust. And we are tied to this, the rest of us are tied to the state. That number is go anywhere based on their current situation and what's going on there. So let's talk a little bit about ARPA. The spending deadline for ARPA is 2026. Every bit of ARPA money is then obligated, including estimated amounts of interest revenue. And there are a number, and I won't go into all of them, but there are a number of programs. So there are a lot of one-time capital items. Remember, you make heavy investments into housing, there's broadband. The other big one is the sewer water thing with the various metropolitan areas. Those are still going on. That money is getting spent. Rebecca was on a call yesterday, a statewide call yesterday. I guess they did caution that a lot of the entities are having a hard time with the broadband because there's so many people wanting broadband that they're having a difficult time kind of lining it up in a timely manner. Make sure that they have all the, all the contractors in place and all the materials in place. So, we'll see, but and so far I will tell you in general, ARPA expenditures are off to what I believe is a slow start this year. I think we're $2.5 million into it, and we really need to almost be doing that every month. So because you had $60+ million out there, you've got 24 months to spend it. So it is what it is, but I do want to talk about the programs a little bit. You do have prosecuting attorneys in there. We have a budgeted number, but Executive Mello wrote a letter to the legislature and mentions 7 prosecuting attorneys, 5 legal assistants are in there. There is the spring cleanup money in there that I think will go through this year or next year. You've got all your business assistance programs are in there. And food bank assistance is also in there. I heard food insecurity mentioned. The support for EFN distributing food is within ARPA. So at the end of 2026, which is halfway through your next biennium, that money's going to run out. So that's a consideration. So I'll leave it at that. Sales tax volatility. The sales tax has done amazingly well. It went up a lot during ARPA. And for a number of reasons, there's a lot more money out there. Finance mentioned that they think a lot of people working from home that would otherwise have probably worked in King County spent more money down here. That money kind of tailed off, but it started the year good this year, I think. When I say started the year, actually the numbers I sent you were, of course, for Christmas last year. The January retail sales numbers for the country were down compared to the prior year, so we'll see how that goes. Another area that's really helped revenues in our general fund budget is that interest revenue. That is likely to moderate. It has already moderated. We put most of our money into the local government investment pool at the state treasurer's office. In fiscal year 24 ending, that would end June 30th of 24. They are showing that the annualized rate of interest that they gave out that year was 5.4%. And as of January fiscal year 25 to date, it's 4.97. and the 30-day at the end of January was 4.45. So the numbers running lower every time the Federal Reserve cuts short-term interest rates. Expect that we're getting a cut in reduction in how much interest revenue we're having, and that really helped out when other things were slowing down. We've also got out there caseload standards that we're still waiting on, I believe. I'm not on top of that. I don't know what the expected date is, but there seems to be, and I believe the expectation or the hope was that the state would come to our aid on that. But I just don't see that given their budget issues. So now that was budget considerations. Here's reasons to be cautious. Possible recession nationally. Retail sales fell in January, and I've mentioned that. I'll just say this. I've told a lot of people I get up in the morning and I watch CNBC, right? Because I always say, well, I want to see what the people who really run the country or run the world think about what's going on. And if you're not certain about what's going on, if you're uncertain about what's going on, don't feel bad because they're uncertain about what's going on. Literally, things change for people whose lives surrounded moving money around and buying and selling things have no idea on any given day what's going on. I mean, there's tariffs one day, and so now they're figuring out, well, how does that impact these industries? And then the next day they're off. And then, so then it's like, well, do we invest? How does it? So there's so much uncertainty right now on all these things. And how does that impact? And uncertainty is just really bad for investment. It just is. If you're a federal employee in Washington, D.C., you're not going to buy a car this month. You're just not, right? You're going to do everything possible not to buy that car. And but if you're a business, you also may, do I invest more? Where do we invest? How do we invest? What are we going to invest in? Those are all questions that they're asking themselves, but and it's always difficult anyway, even in the best of times for businesses. And then you've got this. So tariffs may cause economic dislocation in a trade-dependent region. That's us. So how does that impact like things like the Port of Tacoma? How many hours the longshoremen work? Ag exports out of the state. Federal spending reductions are either taking place or on their way. Here there's been a lot of holdups, but I think a lot of that money will come forward. But after that, they're trying to get one budget out the door, then they got to write the budget for the next year. So we're just really uncertain whether or not how much money is going to be in those items and those kind of things. And then the other one is the state fiscal issues that make it unlikely that they will increase aid to local government. I mean, we're asking for things. I think, depending on what we hear, I think they have one more forecast here in the next couple of weeks. And if that forecast is the worst, the bad side, that's going to bring into question a lot of the things that we're hoping for, and then it maybe is just a scramble up and hold on to what we got, right? Or what we normally have. But there's pain points, right? There's pain points that you may not even think about. So like the marijuana money, which goes into the law enforcement or the drug enforcement fund, is sitting there. It goes in, it hires deputies, it hires, I think, prosecuting attorney. That money is not guaranteed. They write it in law, but it's always subject to the budget, right? So, and it's capped statewide at a certain amount of money. It was 15 million when they started. I don't know what it is now. It might be higher. They could just take that in any given by anyone, right? They just say, not this year. Sorry, tough luck. So then what do we do with those folks that are being paid out of that fund? Do we backfill? What if it's half that amount? Right? How are we going to do that? So there's potential challenges out there. Of course, those things may never happen, so we don't have to worry about it. Anyway, I'm good. You can always look on the sunny side of life. I'm gonna hand this over to you, these questions.
So, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciated the overview and ending with some humor. I think where we are is really for those that went through the process last time, providing some feedback on, and we have talked about this a little bit, but, were there changes in the process? And I know the work, because we did multiple iterations of budget, is kind of a blur, like, but I know I've been through 2 budget cycles, you've been through 2 plus before, Dave's been through. You were there when you didn't even have a biennial budget, right? That was, so wondering what worked, what didn't work? Was there additional support that you need from staff and department staff? Especially thinking about this may be a more challenging budget cycle. Is there something that we need to change about our process? Thinking back to the page that kind of did that outline of when we're meeting, did we like having departments come first and then going into deliberations, that type of thinking? So however you want to, and again, all these are in your little binder, to refer back to any of those things. Amy?
Thank you, Chair. I kind of have a question. When I was listening to Paul say on the budget, this is what we want to do, but it's structurally unbalanced. And are we trying to budget to what we want or budgeting to what we have? And I guess my thought is, you know, how does the budget look based on the dollars there versus what we want to have and the dollars that need to be there? Does that make sense? Because I know we would love to have fully staffed this and that, but the dollars aren't there. So if we have $100 and we need to fund 2 people, but but it takes 150, we can only fund 1.5. Looking at it that way, and then if we have more dollars coming in, then we can expand on that. But it just seems, I want to look at it with what we have, not with what we want. Kind of, I'd like a vacation to go around the world, but I can only afford to go to California. That's how I would like to see that information available.
So, I guess the question I have, are you thinking about like the number of FTEs, you know, because right now we budget the sheriff's department, and we know we have vacancies. Are you talking about looking at reductions countywide to make, like, what are you thinking? I'm trying to figure out what you're saying. I think I understand.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand what's not understanding. If we may budget for 20 employees and it's going to require X amount of dollars, but we only have enough for 18 FTEs.
Okay. So really understanding the revenues and then writing the budget to.
And then plan for 20, an additional 2 if the funding is there, something in that line. Instead of saying, oh, we have to raise taxes because we don't have, we're short on the budget. Well, that's because we over budgeted for what we had. Okay.
So, last one was the first budget, and I just remember being the new person. I felt a little behind the curve because I switched careers. I didn't know my district very well. I think, for the new folks, I mean, Brian, you have lots of experience with being a council member before, but I mean, leaning on staff who've been here a long time, do know your budget, may help you come up with realistic things that are in your thing. So I encourage you to be proactive and ask staff. So you're prepared as you move forward. I felt a little overwhelmed that last time, because once it starts, the speed is overwhelming and it goes quick and you got to be ready. I thought it was overwhelming, but I mean, I get the process now. I feel very comfortable with it, but I just thinking about being new and utilizing the staff.
Thank you for that. Others? Dave?
Thank you. I think one of the things that we need to try to figure out is how much fund balance is about fund balance to be great. And I know that we've used, since I've been here, anywhere from 13 to about 15% fund balance. I don't want to get into a habit of tapping into that. Just fund another program. So I think we need to have some discipline moving forward. So, I'm just kind of curious from finances standpoint, of what is that realistic minimum on a fund balance without having using vacancy savings as part of that fund balance. So, not having to depend, if we had 500 positions filled with the sheriff's department, all of our positions filled, what does that fund balance need to be to carry us through, 90 days of bill paying? Since we get our tranches of property taxes on twice a year, so we got a cash for 12 months, knowing that, sure we get sales back, but the main money comes from property taxes. So, Julie, can you kind of enlighten me?
Sure. So our fund balance policy right now centers around a 10% minimum fund balance, and that's based on allowing us to have the cash flow to pay our bills for a 3-month time period approximately. The county's long-term fund balance goal is 15% of our budgeted expenditures for the next year. In reality, we really should be looking at having a higher fund balance percentage, given the, I'd say, variability, turbulence, happening not only economically, but in terms of natural disasters, et cetera. There's a lot happening in the world right now, and that fiscal guidance is for jurisdictions to really consider a higher fund balance, particularly entities such as us that have a AAA rating. That is one of the reasons why we have that high rating. So it is something that I think the county should look at in terms of our fund balance policy. I would add that we don't really consider vacancy savings when it comes to looking at our fund balance. As a year closes out, those vacancy savings contribute to what we may or may not add to our fund balance. With our 2024 closing, expenditures were less, I should say revenues exceeded our expenditures. So we did add to fund balance at the end of 2024. We would also say that we essentially look at a portion of our fund balance as essentially being committed. It's not technically committed, but we have ongoing future expenditures. We know what they're going to cost us, and we're relying on that fund balance over time to balance our structural deficit. So it's not a problem that we're facing today, right now, but it's a problem that is very imminent in our future in the next 1 to 2 biennia. It's going to become very real for us.
Okay. So maintaining a healthy fund balance also will help us when we go look at our capital projects for a bond rate.
Absolutely.
So I definitely want to make sure that we understand that moving forward, because I'm looking at it, a lot of capital investment still need to take place, whether it be building all of whether it be, maintenance out there. So I just want to make sure everyone understands kind of why we have a fund balance. So yeah, fund, especially ongoing program. So I think this council has been very strategic in our spending, mainly on one-time investment, knowing that those programs cannot continue without federal and state support. So there's a lot of trying and, unknown things happening right now amplify that. You know, so that was fun. Other things are domino, so, we just have to be prepared for that and understand that, you know, fiscally, we have guardrails we need to follow. So that way we can keep spending like people down south who expect, not to end up with a $10 million deficit. So, anyway, thank you for that explanation. I'm quite sure we'll have other discussion.
Thank you, Chair Hitchens. Just to dovetail on the remarks that, Ms. Dubuque made about fund balance. The council did by resolution pass years ago, the goal of 15% that has been reached. To that end, as you mentioned, Councilmember Morel, that really is an operational fund balance. That's there. So now I guess I've been here long enough to, when we were in the Great Recession, the goal was kind of a loosey-goosey, it wasn't a formal goal, 10% fund balance. And the revenues, especially the sales tax revenues, were so poor in 2009 that it really became difficult at times, I think, for finance before those property tax dollars came in April and October. So we realized that 10% and again, unofficial 10% was just not adequate. So the council set it at 15. That has proven to be adequate. We're way above that, but Ms. DeMuth in future, either at the budget retreat or as maybe this at one of the cows in April or May, will give you the what you've seen now, the general fund cash balance projection going forward. So, and when you see that, again, it will show us falling in a few years below that based upon the information that they have. And of course, the longer we wait, the better information that we'll have going into this year. But again, and that's just the operational fund balance. So if you have considerations that there's some capital items that we'd like to pay for, you have to factor that in also. So a year like last year where you were expecting a deficit, but you ended up with some kind of surplus helps you going forward. But those are important considerations.
Thank you for that and for the question. So I think I appreciated having the departments come up first. It gave us enough time to learn and identify areas sometimes where there was a difference of opinion between the executive and the departments, and then allowed us to do our learning to figure out what our process could be. And for those that didn't know the work they were doing, to understand why they needed 94 people doing this work and justifying it, especially if we are looking at possibly having any type of reductions that could be coming our way depending on the next couple of months. I think it's really important to think about how we manage that in a timely and thoughtful way, because it is people's jobs and it is services that we do for our county, and we need to really think about if we have to reduce anything, what services are we going to reduce and what that could possibly look like. So, and our general fund primarily is, as we've said multiple times, public safety. And then there's all the rules around all those other funds that some have wiggle room and some don't. So understanding all the give and take in that, and then just listening to all of our council district priorities. Many of you have cities and towns that are having the same thoughts and maybe asking for supports or help or interest in partnering. And so I think that should be something to think about, how we work as a region if things get interesting. I'll just leave it at that. So I don't see a reason to change the process. I'm wondering about if there's a need for more time or you feel like that schedule looks good, because until we're in the thick of it, it's hard to really remember. It was a blur and it was a lot, but I appreciated kind of the really focus, learn together, take a break. Really focus, learn together, take a break, and then till we got to like the actual budget where we were doing all the amendments. Any other feedback? Any requests from new council members that you think might support you? I know you don't know what you're walking into, you don't know what you don't know, but
I'll share, we had a budget orientation already, which helped a lot just to cement around this, but to your point, we don't know what we don't know. We don't know what questions to ask. So my request is to be a little more forthcoming and oversharing, as opposed to waiting for questions, because sometimes it just may not know.
anything else with budget?
I don't believe staff has anything further, correct, Paul? Okay. So yes, we've gotten the guidance that we need.
Okay.
I know we'll have a retreat in June and we'll take the feedback today, but I definitely picked up on half a dozen or more items. I especially like Councilmember Herrera's comment about a nice thick line between ARPA and non-ARPA budget. That's a really important item. That's why it was on the consideration slide. I know it's of interest to all of you, but there were a number of really important ideas and needs identified that staff is tracking. So thank you for that. Yes.
Committees are open.
Oh,
Or you're
committees
trying to
are open.
schedule for April and
Yes, so as I mentioned, when I went through the calendar at the beginning of the retreat today, we are in the process of finalizing committee of the whole meetings, one meeting a month, starting in April, running through August, and then in August you transition to the actual budget process. And so the expectation is for those committees of the whole, finance team will be a strong participant in those. You'll receive the interview report for 2024 that Ms. the move just spoke through a little bit. Quarter one report, quarter two report, updated ARPA information. The idea is to, as Councilmember Olive just pointed out, that maybe overshare a little bit, have a good foundation as to what the experience was with last biennium, what it looks like based upon information known up to that point, what it looks like going forward. So we're going to try to, well, not try to, we will have those committee of the whole meetings set up once a month. We're just trying to find dates that don't conflict with all the other commitments that the members have. So that will be locked in pretty soon.
We are a very overcommitted group. So, and then I really liked being able to share with the executive our priorities. I think it's going to be really important in doing it before he's, or future whoever they are, but currently our executive, what our priorities are, so that while department staff and the executive are working on developing the budget, the idea of having our priorities embedded in there means less amending on our end, which can be more problematic and complicated. And so really trying to formally adopt those as a council, and we won't agree on all of them, but the ones where we do agree, putting them in writing and sending them ahead of time makes it easier for executive staff and finance to see if that aligns with their work. And then when it doesn't, we've committed to it, so we know when it comes before us, our staff already know what they may be doing then. So I just found that really helpful to do that process. Okay. Any other questions on budget? So I'm gonna recommend that we do our committee work plan, sorry, council staff, committee work plans at study sessions in the near future. I know our study sessions are getting a little bit long because we've got the tour, and I don't know who else is going to the tour, or we could do committee work plans, 5-minute walkthroughs. But I don't know if that does them justice. So I know you're all ready. Do your homework. So council members, I guess, thoughts? Do it now?
Wait,
Quick walkthrough, okay. So first one in my binder is, community development, economic, you don't have PowerPoint for this, right?
Wait, yes, I do have to say. No, I have something better. I have Mr. Kruger.
Okay, we'll go to Mr. Kruger.
Thank you, Chair. What I think I can do maybe to go very rapidly is maybe just touch on items that have been discussed today or come up from members regarding priorities and just kind of hit the priority items to help you understand maybe what's already been scheduled and then look into the future a little bit. So, moving very rapidly, we are expecting a large proposal to, implement the comprehensive plan coming in the form of a development regulation package. We're anticipating that proposal will be in committee on April 21st. So a little over a month out. In May, we will have a report from, the Planning and Public Works Department talking about the workflow improvement project and permitting and the timelines associated with permit review and where they are at following council's adoption of the WIP code amendments last fall. I heard several comments today regarding the time that it takes to get a building permit and process related to that work. On May 19th, we'll have a report that touches on two items that came up as priorities today. One had to do with code enforcement, public nuisances. The other had to do with annexation and incorporation work. As Councilwoman Denson noted, there is some work happening behind the scenes with the city of Gig Harbor related to annexation. And I know that's a priority for several other council members related to potentially incorporation of territory within their districts. I think there were some jokes that were made today regarding land conservation and saving 1 million trees or something along those lines. We have a land conservation plan that's anticipated to be delivered to council for a hearing on June 2nd. You'll also see in July, we're potentially going to council both committee meetings and just take the whole month off. We have conservation futures coming in August. For the new members, that's typically a pretty exciting time for council because you get to work with the Conservation Futures Advisory Board and select its properties for conservation. You receive a list, do a lot of work understanding the properties that are up for potential conservation. We adopt the list councilmatically, and then the executive works on acquiring those properties following adoption of the budget and funding of that program in the fall. We talked a little bit about transfer of development rights today, came up, and we have a proposal that would modify our code provisions related to that program to hopefully make the program function. We haven't had a lot of success around transfer of development rights, but we think that with potentially partnering with King County, maybe bringing King County money down to peers, pay farmers to continue farming, we might be able to find a way to supercharge the program. In September, prior to the hiatus on legislation, we're looking at agricultural tourism, amending the code related to agricultural tourism, and then we're also doing our biennial update to the Sustainability 2030 plan. Finally, as you're wrapping up your budget work, we'll get another report from Planning and Public Works related to implementation of the development codes, as well as code enforcement, public nuance. Probably it will be well timed for both of those bits of work due to budget implications. And as you know, Planning and Public Works on the permitting side is a special revenue fund, meaning that the fees that you set for permits correlate to staffing levels and backlog. And then code enforcement in terms of the prioritization of that work has a lot to do with the numbers of code enforcement officers that we have in the county and how much emphasis the council wants to put into that work. So that's a very quick summary of the schedule. What I want to note on the final page of this work plan are significant legislative proposals that are anticipated in out years. I just bring this up so that you can, there was a little bit of talk today regarding, how do we know what's coming and when? So this is an attempt to do that. It's showing that we have, certain, legislative items that come, based upon maybe what state law says. So for example, the pros plan we know needs to be updated in 2026 in order to remain eligible for our RCO funding. And so that's on the list. We know we'll be seeing that legislation. I don't need to walk through each of these items for you to kind of read through them. But that's what this list does, is it gives you an idea of larger pieces of legislation that we're anticipating. So Chair, I can take questions if you'd like, or we can just move on to the next meeting.
Are there questions for? Mr. Berg? Not seeing any, so economic development, is this?
So I'll take a bit of a page out of Mike's book with the approach. I think one of the things that's a little bit different about about EIDC is that there's an extra emphasis this year on delving into topics of interest to the council to get a better idea of the landscape of economic development throughout the community, as well as to take a deeper dive into some of these repeated issues that we're hearing. So we're working to bring some panels with speakers. We've already done 2 of these. One with the overall economic development update with a focus on how our major countywide economic development agencies, including our own economic development department, are working together and what their priorities and focuses are for 2025 and beyond. And this week we did a panel on electrification needs and availability that I think produced a really interesting conversation. So we can expect to see sessions hit on some of the things that we've already talked about today. For some reason, April 22nd is an important day, but it got deleted off this schedule, and I can only say that must be my fault. So, but on April 22nd, we are working on putting together a permitting efficiency panel to talk to businesses within the community. I think that's an opportunity, especially with the permitting report that's going to come the next month in CDEC. So there's some possibility for understanding and collaboration on those 2 topics between those committees. Another special panel that we will be putting together has to do with economic development coordination across some of our cities, towns, and other smaller jurisdictions. That'll happen in June. Many economic development issues go across our borders. And what we heard from our economic development overview presentation in February was really, if it doesn't go to your specific spot where you want economic development, let's keep it in Pierce County. So this will be an opportunity to talk about that. And that ties into several of the initiatives that people talked were important in their districts, as well as a panel on housing and economic development. I think here is an opportunity to look at how does housing and the role of housing not just fit into providing affordability and those items that might be covered, say, in CDEC, but also thinking about how does providing housing fit with our quality of life goals, with the needs to provide a workforce and matching our economic development or matching our housing with our workforce. These are also issues that came up. So other sessions that we talked about that we anticipate coming up for is a discussion about tribal economic enterprises. We don't have a date for that, but that's something of interest, as well as exploring mineral rights. And then today, Councilmember Morrell mentioned one other thing, but I just lost my train of thought about another panel that we were going to put together. So we will be working to do those panels. In addition, a lot of the regular items that come to EIDC you can see on the schedule here. And these include things that are part of council priorities. We'll see our first report of the year on Vision Zero in a briefing at our next EIDC this month. And then legislation related to Vision Zero will come through EIDC, hopefully the following meeting in early April. But with the Vision Zero action plan, we're going to have some other initiatives and legislation related to traffic safety, safety improvements, speed and road classifications, the neighborhood traffic safety program, where I know Tom and I have been working with all the districts except for, sorry, Councilmember on your district, because you don't have any unincorporated. But we've been working with you to gather those lists and prepare that work. We have, there will be an opportunity to talk about World Cup opportunities. That I think will focus a lot on the economic development opportunities, but it may be an opportunity to think about some of the questions that were brought up about, are we thinking about impacts and how are we going to manage some of these big influxes and both the positives and the potential challenges there. So towards the summer, we will start to see, we have the unified sewer plan, which has been in the works for several years. We'll start to see that work come to the committee. And then we also have, we're towards the fall, we will start to see a lot of our infrastructure capital plans coming to committee. So we'll see our 6-year TIP, our transportation improvement plan, our surface water improvement plan, the surface water utility rate study, our sewer improvement plan, and with the establishment of the water utility, we will now see a water improvement plan. Those things are going to be coordinated, of course, with the rollout of the budget. It's going to be a pretty busy year in EIDC. And I think there's a lot of work for the committee to do, as well as just increasing knowledge and connections related to supporting economic development and infrastructure needs for the county.
Thank you. Any quick questions? Okay, I was gonna run through Health and Human Services. I'm gonna do this in chunks. So, no meeting this week. We have canceled, so just everybody remember that. In April, we are looking at kind of the aging population and behavioral health improvement plan. The behavioral health improvement plan is one of those things that is an ongoing and required thing that we get it updated. In May and June, we are really focused on youth and young adults in a couple different ways. Some is about data, some is about behavioral health, some is about community partnerships, and also impact. So I believe that we heard questions around really what youth are experiencing. So we're trying to dive into that because we continue to hear youth are struggling. We'd like to know why, and that then leads to what do we do? Looking in July, around that one meeting we'll have in July around nutrition and good learning about where we are. And then August and September, we're gonna focus quite a bit on the impacts around the investments in substance use disorder and behavioral health and therapeutic treatments, along with accessing pharmacies, which is actually particularly challenging in our county, especially in rural, but even in urban areas, pharmacies are closing. And so people are struggling. And then those that don't have access to mail at their door, and there are people who do not have access to mail at their door, can't do mail order, or they have to drive to get their medication. So it is impacting health. So it was something that's been brought up a couple times. We're looking at the community health needs assessment. It's a requirement that the health department is in the middle of doing, and many of our hospitals and organizations are working on that. It's called the TAW and the, I want to say CHIP, but I don't think I'm right. And then in October, really thinking about how we prep for budget, and there's an item and term I had to learn this year, thank you, Councilman Raiola, around third spaces. And then we will wrap up the year with veterans, mental health, and reentry housing, and seeing where we are with one of the pilots that we did, especially as we look at budget implications. And then we'll end the year with peer support and mental health, because we spend a lot of time in that space. So I will take questions, or you can just grab me after the meeting. Great, okay. Last group.
Our in district will have a focus on their spaces, so that will be.
Oh, there we go. Perfect, thank you. So public safety,
Ms. Kelly, brief.
Okay, so in the spirit of brevity. Sorry, in the spirit of brevity, just to go over a few upcoming meetings. We do have the much anticipated wildfire egress report that's coming from Department of Emergency Management, April 14th. Following that, in April, we're going to have representation from the Pierce County Fire Chiefs Association regarding mergers, general education, the fire benefit charge, which I know a number of members have received constituent contact from constituents. Otherwise, I kind of wanted to highlight things that are on the plan that I heard today, themes from today. Diving deeper into the drug involved death report that we received from the health department. Pierce County Sheriff's Department, staffing updates, Corrections Bureau, updates on services available in the jail, crime trends. I heard today, then we will add emphasis patrols, how they're decided, what districts they're in, and a potential data from that. Also on the plan, we have emergency medical services, specifically AMR transport personnel protocols. We have South Sound 911. Additionally, coming in September, we have abatement warrant process / code enforcement. So I'll talk to other staff about how we can pull a public safety piece out of that, since I don't want to duplicate efforts. But clearly it's been a priority. I'm looking at my cruiser. Okay, there you go. Yeah, there you go. And then we're hoping to have Mr. New's team back to talk about progress on the criminal justice dashboard and the data sharing agreements that they've have executed with South Sound 911.
okay. I think you won the prize. So, Mr. Taylor,
Thank you. So if you're done with this, work plan item, the next planned item is the tour. Board committee, one benefit of being a little behind schedule is the sun's actually out and the rain's not falling. Parks Department staff are just gonna come in here, just give you a quick orientation when you're ready, and then for those that are interested in the tour, take you on the tour. The purpose of the tour is, last year when you had the retreat, it was a rain out. We really didn't get to see any of the actual improvements to the grounds. Today, you will be able to do that. So we've got Kimberly Cleveland and Kyle Wintermute from the Parks Department that are just outside. So I can grab them and we are ready for them.
okay, and let's go ahead and get them. That was where I was headed. So I just need to know if any of my colleagues are failing on the tour. I do understand, again, we are all very committed, because if we don't have a quorum, then I'm gonna adjourn the meeting. But if we are going on a tour as a group, since we decide the budget of this, it is an open public meeting and we need to keep the meeting going. So is I'm going on a tour? Is there anyone else going on a tour in Springer with me? 1, 2.
I did stand in the rain. I know.
Yeah, but I have to go prep my PowerPoint.
Okay, who is going, I'm going on a tour, if it's Jay. Is it literally just me and I?
Yes.
Well, you can.
I'm going.
Yeah, we could, I mean, so am I giving an?
Okay, I'll go.
So Amy, you're not, Paul, you're not. Okay, we're gonna do presentation real quick. I'm gonna adjourn the meeting.
whatever time that is, and then two of us are going on a tour, and it may just be one of us, and any of the staff that would like to go on a tour. And I'll just get another one, since we pulled you all here, and I'm super curious about the music equipment that was not here the last time, and I just saw it the other day, so. Okay, yeah,
I will be-
see what you're missing, go for it.
Go,
Oh,
okay,
we
really
need to get-
quickly. I am,
Mic.
I need a mic. Are you sure? I talk really loud.
There's people on Zoom, it's very listening.
Is it on? No.
There you go.
It's on. Okay. Hi, I'm Kimberly Freeman. I am a division manager at Parks that manages the capital division and policy work and all the capital programming. And I am here today with Kyle Wintermute, who is our deputy director, and with Ted Yoder, who lived and breathed Springer for the past 3 years, and Andrea Clay, who lives and brings Springer every day. She is the region manager out here and oversees all of the operations and maintenance that goes on every single day. This project, let me back up. We are here at Springer Recreation and Community Center. It is on a 40-acre piece of property. Next door is 60-acre Breezeman. Across the street is another 200 acres that is the Spanaway Lake Golf Course and Spanaway Lake Park. It is Pierce County's largest regional park. It attracts people from all over the county and Thurston and King counties. In part because of the ice rink, in part because of the sports fields, but also because of the lake and the golf. We are here in the central region. I know that Tiffany Odell has talked to you guys about the different statistics on the different regions. The main driver of the central region really is Parkland, Spanaway, Midland. In this region, we actually have the lowest rate of parks and trails in the county for all of the regions. And yet this region took the highest population between 2000 and 2020 and is expected to take the second highest amount of population between 2020 and 2030. When we began this project, it was back in 2015 or 2016, and we reached out to the community and all park users. And people, of course, were very excited about the sports fields and things that were out there. But the community very much said, we want more things for the community. Like, we don't want a little tiny playground. We want a big playground. We want a spray park. We want we want upgraded athletic fields, and we want, Ted, I always forget, what do we call it? The family sport court. What do we call that?
The fitness court.
The fitness court. Yes, the fitness court. You guys adopted the master plan in 2018, 2019 and 2020. We got grant funding and worked with donors and got some donations, and donations always increase our grant possibilities. And then in 21 and 2, we began design, and 3 and 4, we did construction. We wrapped up construction. We're still wrapping up construction. Real quick, I just want to give you some of the highlights of what you wouldn't see on the tour, right? You're not going to notice that we reconstructed the sidewalk and curb and gutter out here on C Street. You're not going to see that we redid all of the electrical, including 7 transformers, all of the electrical lines. We put in a new sewer line out to a brand new restroom. We have 20 new restrooms on the site in 2 different buildings. We upgraded the trails in Breezeman Forest and added signage and better sight lines for safety. Oh yes, that's right. We constructed a third of the Parkland Trail, which connects all the parks and schools in Parkland, and actually we're hoping to get that bid in the next month. We built here the very first regional spray park that we have. The very first, what do we call it again? No, not futsal. Yes, futsal. The what? The fitness court. I do not know why. I cannot keep that in my head. The fitness court, the futsal. We repaved the tennis courts and added pickleball. We repaved the basketball and we turfed 2 of the ball fields. I have, if you're interested, plans of what we did and stats for the community. I also have plans for the next phase that is actually just getting underway now, which is the turfing of the remaining fields that are out there. The last thing I just want to say, and then I'm going to turn it over to Andrea for a minute, is just that when we opened the comments online, literally I sat at my desk and cried. And I think it was the first time at Pierce County Parks that I cried tears of joy. When people from this community said things like, wow, there's a spray park in my neighborhood. Wow, I get to go play soccer on a brand new field. I get to play futsal and I get an athletic fitness card. I mean, it really is amazing. And if you haven't seen any of the comments, I'd love to share them at some point. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Andrea really quick, just to give you some highlights of what the usage was and what the usage is here.
Thank you, Kimberly. Andrea Clay here with Central Region, the Parks and Recreation Manager. Thank you for joining us today and up here in the Rainier Room. And so as Kimberly said, she went over all of our amazing new amenities. And before that, we were known as really a sports complex. We had 8 ball fields and they were well loved and they were well used and the crew just did an amazing job. But watching this site transform into an actual park has been amazing. It's a labor of love. Our staff are a little overwhelmed. They're overwhelmed and excited to really open this park. And it's been open since August, but we just got our feet wet with the grand opening, running the spray park for a couple weeks and getting those fields out there scheduled. We are told we should expect nothing less than 1,000 people a day to visit our spray park. So I'm a little scared of our parking lot holding all of those people when we have our park shelters rented and our ball fields operate. I think it's a good problem, right? So we're really excited. Staff are ready to go. They're hard at work out there, just getting everything in line, getting fields ready to go. Right now, our fields are in use pretty much Monday through Sunday from our public users. We have steel soccer here. We have actually had Pierce College here. We have a couple of youth baseball groups here. We've got some lacrosse, all sorts of things, which is exactly what we envisioned when we did that overlay on those fields out there. So we're here, we're excited, and we're ready to open the park, you know, have it open this spring with the spray park is technically Memorial Day to Labor Day. We're prepared to open it earlier if we do get some, you know, hotter weather a little bit earlier. Come out and see us. Bring your kids, your grandkids, family, friends, and come out and visit us in the spring and summer. And then we'll just do our quick tour. Now I can twist your arm. And those of you that are gonna come with us, you're going to get to see our new ice resurfacer. Brand new, it's EV. So we now have 2 EV ice resurfacers in our facility, hot off the press. So if you want to come see it and sit in it, do I twist your arm with that? Okay, great. Awesome.
That's 3
Huh?
on a quorum of the council. So okay. So I just want to thank my colleagues for the really, I think, really excellent conversation and sharing of ideas. I look forward to seeing how staff, we didn't use the posters, it's okay. But if you did get some sticky notes as you were going through and we're planning on putting up, just kind of figure out how best to communicate that. And we will continue this work together as we move into the rest of the year. Thank you, everybody. We are adjourned. The time's 3:46.